Welcome to the GameChanger 00100 show. I am your host, GameChanger. Okay, so yeah, I had to set some things up, running late, but I had to do some things to make sure it's a good show for you. So, step baddies. Um, y'all know that I do and have, and perhaps will continue to date single moms. Um, but chances are it's not going to go much further than that. On the off chance it does, it will be because she has something to offer that is above what I could probably get were she not a stepmother. So I'm not just talking about, that Mushu. Shout out to Rush Hour 1, 2, and 3. I'm not talking about she just has a Mushu because all women have that. I'm talking about something like Haley Bailey. Haley Bailey is a mother. If her circumstances change and she becomes a single mom and she gets with me, a guy who has significantly less money, significantly less fame, and quite frankly, she is prettier than I am handsome. So all those things by a significant margin. All those things combined, I could be a stepdaddy to her child, provided that she let her sister join from time to time. It would have to be an exceptional circumstance. You have to make up for the fact that I am I am co-raising an entire being. You see, people don't really understand the magnitude of what you are offering and what you are losing as a stepfather. I want you to picture this scene. Say you get with a woman who has a child. Let's just say one child, right? And let's just say that child is a little girl. And of course, the father is in the biological father is in that little girl life. Oh, fellas and lady, shout out to Melody Media. Yes, I know I am late. Fellas and lady, the days of the absentee father is over. The moment the government said, no daddy, no money, that's it. The moment the government said, you have to find the father of this child, that is it. This whole oh, he abandoned me, and he moved 2 blocks down the street and now I can't find him. Those days are gone. We live in the days of social security number. We live on the days of Google people finder or whatever. We live in the days where people get tracked down and women are not just going out getting random semen inside themselves and not having somebody to tag the welfare bill to. So the father is found. Very few daddies are willing to continue to walk away in that situation. Why? Because the more custody the father gets, the less he has to pay. I repeat, the more custody a father gets, the less he has to pay. Somebody says my picture's not there. What am I, white circle? Let me see. I guess I gotta change that. All right. So I forget how to do that. Oh, here we go. Oh crap. All right. Again, the more custody you get, the less you have to pay in child support. Now, what does that mean? That means that the biological father has, even if he is a deadbeat, the father has the financial incentive as well as the biological incentive. But if he's a deadbeat, that doesn't matter. To be in that child's life, which means that that child is going to have a connection with the father. Now, you think like, okay, this will be over soon, but it's never really over. It's never really over. Say that child is 25 years old. Actually, let's just say that child is 22 years old. That little girl turns 22 years old, and you've been married to this woman for a while, and you co-step fathered this woman for a while, and she has a get together for her college graduation. Her father will still be in the foreground, and you will be in the background. When she gets married, her biological father will be in the foreground and you will be in the background. When she has kids, the biological grandfather of those kids will be in the foreground and you will be in the background. He is granddad. You are Mr. Watkins. That's how that works. When she gets married, and walks down the aisle, it will be the father that walks him down the aisle. You know, they'll take pictures. It's that man is for it's a forever thing. It is a forever thing. Now you know what you're getting into. So set your cost higher. Relationships are negotiations. It's like, okay, hey, C cup, okay, you got that back, okay, you pretty about the face, slim about the waist, okay, okay, I like everything so far. You cook, clean, and take care of everything else a woman needs to take care of. Okay, okay, okay. But you got a kid. Hey, there's a lot of pluses, there's a lot of minuses, or there's a lot of pluses, but there's one big minus. And then you add up all your pluses. And then you say, okay, is this a fair trade? That's what men should do. That's what I do. That is my recommendation. We're going to get deeper into this the moment y'all hit that like button. And I am going to play, actually, let me do my short of the day because this needs to be done. This definitely needs to be done, and this needs to be said because I'm sick of this. I'm sick of you passport bros doing this particular thing, and I'm gonna play it in my short. Hold on. All right, give me one moment.
Actually, if they want to do a quick interview. Hola. Hola. Yeah, nah, they want. That would have been perfect. Yeah, I know. It's too hot. Yeah, it is hot, man. If they want to do a quick interview. Hola. Hola. Yeah, nah, they want.
My bad, I was muted. All right. Anyway, as you can tell, it sounds like the guys are black and they're in Santo Domingo. Now it says that in the title, but I can tell that they're in Santo Domingo simply by the tiling of the floors and how everything has a outside scene with a rain over ramp. That's definitely their architecture. That's definitely their style. I do like it. I do. I have enjoyed. I haven't been in a while, but I have enjoyed my time in Santo Domingo, Dominican Republic. These women are out. minding their own business, shopping, have their water and stuff. And some guys come along with a camera in their face, like, yes, excuse me, hola, oh, and he has a camera in their face and they just ignored them and kept walking. Did that stop these guys from posting their image without their permission on their YouTube page? No. American men need to realize how annoying you are to the entire world. People don't want to be a part of, very few people want to be a part of whatever it is you got going on. I repeat, very few people in the world wants to be a part of whatever you have going on. Like, I mean, the audacity, you're dealing with foreign countries. People of foreign countries. So it's just as annoying here. Let's get that straight. It's just as annoying here. But here, we annoy each other. We already have a reputation. We know what we are like. We know ourselves. Like if something happened, like I drink something and I get sick and, I run outside and throw up, and then somebody just think it's a good idea to, to record it and put it on their page. I don't want that. I don't want that. If a loved one is, in hospice and it's in their last moment, and, I'm kneeling next to the bed, with tears in my eyes, and somebody said, "Ooh, this would be good for my YouTube." That is the sentiment that's going on, and it annoys the freaking world. So much so that women, like, they're just ignoring it. Like, they know you're American, because of course, Americans aren't the only people that visit the Dominican Republic. They're not the only people that visit Santo Domingo, but they are, culturally speaking, the only ones that do crap like this. From what I've seen, we're the only ones that do crap like this and think it's cool. We're the only ones who say, "Listen, I want to get rich off of your image and leave you with nothing but the satisfaction of knowing you made me rich." Somebody who's already relative to you rich, you made that person richer, and I want to leave you with nothing. Nice titties. That's what you're saying to the world. Of course, these shit's gonna ignore you. Now, what does that mean? Once you, and this is what I know from being Black, once you have been labeled as a general menace, as a general nuisance to society, people just don't want to deal with you. Even if these guys didn't have a camera, they're so used to being annoyed by this particular cohort of men, and I'm talking about Americans, that they don't want to deal with them anymore. Which means that you, me, other guys, who, for obvious reasons, may be interested in one or both of these ladies, are more likely to get ignored, because they associate you, as pattern recognition. They associate your annoyance with your country. So, fellas, I know you think you're going to get rich from doing this, but is it really worth it by creating a reputation of the most annoying people on the planet? Think about it. People actually want to enjoy a vacation, not go there, hoping to get 520 thumbs up. All right, so that's the short of the day. Now, let's get into the topic at hand, or deeper into the topic at hand. But before we do that, I want to give a thank you to the initial inaugural super sticker from Deacon Dave. Greatly appreciate you, brother. Thanks for being here. Let me give some shout outs. Shout out to Sweet Melody Media. Shout out to Sweet Melody Media. Appreciate you, love. All right. Lion 917. Appreciate you. Rayhana. Salute. Enjoy your company on movie night. All right. And Tamiko R. White. Appreciate you, love. Theo Waff. Welcome. And New Moon. Welcome to the show. Let's see who else we got here. And Tupac Biggie. Appreciate you. All right. So let's start with the first short. Now, dang it. All right, let's see. Dang, how do we do this? Sometimes just do it this way. Entire screen. Okay. All right. So we all know who this is at the top of the screen. That is the late, great Kevin Samuels, the Godfather himself. So rest in peace, brother. Way before your time. And yeah, let's get started on this. All right. Okay. Y'all saying y'all can't hear. So let me do it again. So I'm going to just share it in a different way. Let's see. Why should? Here we go. All right. Hit the like button, people.
A childless man to come in to be a stepfather in a situation like yours or just in general? What's the advantage to the man?
Well, some men like
It's still no audio. Hold on.
Childless man to come in to be a stepfather in a situation like yours or just in general? What's the advantage to the man?
well, some men do want kids, but maybe
Then they want their own children.
right. But what if they can't have them?
Uh, Most men want their own children. So we're going to go with the case. That's just like saying overweight women got thyroid. Stick to the norm. What's the advantage for a man to walk into your family with another man? What's the advantage to him? See that side, gentlemen? That side was that side of there ain't one. And they don't want to say it because they love their kids. I get it. But there is no advantage. Matter of fact, stepfathers are looked at as suckers today. A childless man.
Okay. Yeah, Kevin Samuels is wise beyond his years. And he was explaining. Now, I have to say this: the woman is no exceptional beauty, which means that she doesn't have something to offer that other women don't. She don't have like an edge, like like yeah, I have a kid, but look at this thing that I have to offer you that negates the fact that I have kids. She don't have that. She don't have any it factors. She, you can tell by the blinds in the background that she extremely likely rents. People who own their homes don't buy, blinds like that. So yeah, it's in everything. She's sitting there with a hoodie, and that's how she presents herself on camera. She knows that this is Kevin Samuel's show. She knows that he gets an extraordinary amount of traction on his show. And this is how she chooses to have the world view her. And then she goes to the minority case that, some guys can't have kids. Can a person really afford to limit their mating pool to the, 1 or 2% of infertile man out there? You know, most people, most men are fertile by a long shot, and they want their own biological kids. And if they already have them, then you probably have an advantage. But she didn't even think of that because, quite frankly, she probably don't mess with men who have kids. She's probably one of those. And yeah, it's just all messed up. It was something else Kevin Samuel said. Let me see if I can find it. Hold on. Let me just see. Okay, yes, what's the advantage to him? There was something else they said. I should have noted it, but okay. All right. That's what it is. He said, what's the advantage of a man to walk into your family? And all of you prospective stepfathers out there know that that's what you're doing. You are not creating a family with a woman. You're walking into someone else's family, which means that no matter how much you spend, no matter how much control you have over finances, no matter, if the bills are 90-10 or what have you, it's still her family. You are providing for her family. He's walking into your family, meaning that you are always looked at as a guest, not the host, and most certainly not the father. You are looked at as the guest. I don't know if it's part of Kevin Samuel's genius that he said that, or if he just stumbled into it, and like that's just the norm. That's just how it's seen, and that's just a commonly understood. You know, but not only did Kevin Samuel see it like that, the women see it like that too. You are walking into her family, and any financial contributions that you make to her family, that's the fee. That is the fee that you pay. That is the cost of entry into her family. You go into a nightclub, you go into a fair, you go into a concert, you pay you go into a parking lot, you pay a fee to get in. You are paying a fee to get into a place that she owns, a situation that she owns, that she has control of. Make no mistake about that. All right, so moving on. All right, shout out to African people, besides the ones, the dollar sack, the dollar sack chicks that I covered a couple of videos ago. Look it up if you haven't seen it. All right, so nope, it's not that one. Let's see. Ah, all right.
You got to ask yourself as a man, why are you wanting to become a stepfather? Have you failed to find yourself a woman that has been keeping herself pure for this long? Why are you opting to be a stepfather? To go and enter conflicts that you were never part of before. That is why even, at times it's better for a woman that has been divorced to go back to the man that she was with if they are willing to fix things. But you want to be a stepfather. You want to raise somebody's child, and there's nothing wrong with raising somebody's child, but let's look at the purpose why you are doing it. Let's look at why you want to become a stepdad in the first place. Because a lot of young ladies out there have messed up in their lives, and what happens is they start looking for men that have been raised well to fix the dilemma that is in their lives. And the truth is, the same is true also for other men as well who are already having kids, but they're looking for women to fill the vacuum that is actually there. Tell us why you want to be a stepdad.
Okay, I like that one. I mean, there's really not much I could say to capitalize on that. Men are starting to see. You see, men didn't. Well, we didn't have a forum to have these conversations. Say 20 years ago, the internet was in its infancy back then. Crap. Okay, they didn't have a voice. Basically, black men's voice was silent. But there was a thing maybe 30 years ago where it was considered an honorable thing. Like you're like the samurai, you're a kamikaze pilot or something like that if you decide to become a stepfather. Those days are long and gone. And I'm not saying that brothers have completely walked away from it. I am saying that brothers are starting to think about it critically, unless you're an idiot, which means that you don't really think about anything critically. But to the non-idiot man, like the African brother that we just heard from and Kevin Samuels, they are starting to think about this critically because they have to take life seriously, because the consequences today are far more dire and far more likely to occur. It's called risk benefit analysis. Look that up. All right, if you don't know. All right, now on to the next one. Okay, let me respond to this foolishness. Well, some men have an abundance of love to offer a child and want to continue to help raising a productive, wonderful human being. Yeah, theirs. Make no mistake, men will always have an affinity towards their own children. Every child that he has to take care of that's not biologically his is one less of his own biological children that he has to take care of. If we lived in medieval times and we were a king of a European nation, and you may even become a stepfather. I'm not saying that they never did that. But guess who became king after that? The stepson did not become king. Why? Because he wants to give the best to his own biology. See, stepfatherhood is something some men are willing to do, not something that we want to do. Even the one with an abundance of love want to give that abundance to their own. Hit the like button. All right. Dang. How does it keep bringing that one up? All right, give me a second. Okay, good question. If a man has children of his own, then he has less of a bargaining tool. I'm not going to say it's a complete wash. There's still a greater minus on her because, stretch vagina. Oh, by the way, for those who are listening and not watching, Sweet Melody Media says, GC, is there a difference between becoming a stepfather if the man has biological children himself? Yes, it is a difference. His value has went down. I know y'all like to think that it doesn't, but it does, because the security and protection, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera, that I described before that men typically provide women has now been lessened. The amount that he can provide to a new woman. So it's almost a wash, but quite frankly, stepmothers are valued far less than stepfathers because for a number of reasons, but primarily because the child is more likely to be actually in the home with the stepmother. And two, and this is going to sound nasty, but who cares? Stretch marks and stretch for JJ. I repeat, stretch marked and stretch for JJ. You could stretch minds all you want. It's not going to change the well, Melody, you definitely could stretch minds all you want. Yeah. But you could stretch minds all you want. It's not going to really diminish. But yeah. And I know it's supposed to have snapback and elasticity, but the fact of the matter is you had a whole human head and come out of it. And then like all kind of fallopian tubes and baby slime and ambiotic sac. Just it's a nasty thought. All men would prefer to have something that did not have, and the baby pooped on the way out. Like it's terrible to think about. And we would like to think that if a slimy, big-headed human being came out of it, at least it's your slimy, big-headed human being. So both sides are diminished. The women are diminished for far more. Good question.
know, I talk very highly of my stepfather. The guy was a really good dude, really good man. He was good to us. He did what he could. He worked himself to the bone for us, and we did.
Notice he said us. Notice he said us. This man came in and it was multiple kids there.
The same for him. We took care of each other. That's just what it was until he passed away from cancer in 2018. But what I find to be very, 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 very funny, crazy, whatever adjective you want to use, is that I'll post these stories about how I had a great relationship with my stepdad, and then some guys will get on here and still say it's still not worth it. Look, I don't know how many times I got to say this. If you are not comfortable dating a woman with kids, don't do it.
Don't tell me who to date. I say this before. I say this both directly and indirectly. But I'm going to say it directly now again so I can be unequivocally clear. I date for a multitude of reasons, all of which benefit me. I repeat, I date for a multitude of reasons, all of them benefit me. I do not date to the benefit of the person I am dating or their bastards. That is not what I do. If I place you in a category, if I'm dating you, even, and there's sometimes, I'm being, see, you're going to think this is weird, but I don't care. Some of them, sometimes I date women I don't want to sleep with, but I just want to see their titties. And sometimes I'll sleep with a woman just because I want to see the titties. And I have no intentions of being with this woman ever into perpetuity. I do not have any intention. There is nothing you can do. I've already labeled you. I have placed you in a category of undesirable. And I'm not talking about like physically. I wouldn't want to see him if it was physical. I placed you in a category like that, or I placed you in a category of annoying, or just generally unmateable, or stupid. Either way, I don't see you for whatever reason as long-term potentials, but I still want to see your titties, so I continue. So I date until I feel that the effort has exceeded my desire to see them. Sometimes I do it just for sex, and don't tell me crap. I do not have to live to the moral and ethical standards of this guy. I do not, of whoever this guy is. What, you think you better than me? I got hair. Screw your morals. I got hair and 20/20 vision. What you got to make you think you better than me? Because screw you.
If you are not comfortable dating a woman with kids, one more time, don't do it. I don't think it makes you weak for saying that's your preference. However, the thing I think does make you weak is coming up on my TikTok talking about, I'll never do it when nobody is asking you to. Don't belittle my experience because it's something that you're afraid of.
Yeah, it's not fear. And he says nobody is asking us to. Trust me, they're asking. Trust me, they are asking. The stepmothers of the world, or no, not the stepmothers, but the single mothers of the world are asking. So miss me with that foolishness. All right, get rid of this guy. See, here's the thing. And I'm not gonna. I don't go on people's TikTok just to rub arouse and stuff like that. But this guy here talked about his stepfather, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. But he's talking about the benefits that he gave, not the benefits that he received. And unfortunately for this guy and the trolls in his section, people are starting to do that. They're starting to know the difference and evaluate their situation based on what they can glean from the difference, which sucks for the single moms of the world. All right. And I haven't gotten to the feature yet, so, I will. Trust me. All right. Oh, here we go.
You look around at the dating scene, and most of everybody got a kid, if not kids. You have a high probability of becoming a step parent once you get up that age, because everybody that made mistakes, learned their lessons, and then now they have physical proof of them doggone mistakes and them doggone lessons. I ain't never did it, but here's why you should be a doggone stepdaddy, young man. Ain't nothing wrong with being a stepdaddy. If you listen close, it come with some perks for real. Here's why you should look forward.
He's truly broke. He's young, so it's okay that he's broke. His hair matches the palm tree on the shirt. He's on some Black Sideshow Bob stuff. But he's thinking this because he don't really have anything, and he's never really dealt with kids like that. He doesn't see far into the future. Now, a would-be stepmom would go for his mentality, but they want it in a more mature vessel. Because what can he offer a single mom? I remember one time when I was around his age, younger even, there was this chick who was a single mom, and she was 30. And at that age, actually, no, she wasn't even 30. She wasn't even 30. She was probably like anywhere between 25 and 29. But she was older. And so I asked her, I said, some friends and I are going to, it was either Great America or Santa Cruz. For those of you who don't know, Great America is just a Six Flags place out this way. And Santa Cruz is a beach. Well, okay, Santa Cruz is the beach that was featured in the movie Us. Santa Cruz Beach Boardwalk. So, and I was like, I got an extra ticket. You want to come? And she was like, yeah, and she had a daughter. And she didn't say, can my daughter come? She actually said it in a way like, yeah, but I think she said something like, my daughter loves it, and I just looked at her like, I am not inviting your damn daughter to Great America / Santa Cruz, because just her presence will impede my effort to try to smash you. And quite frankly, I don't want her there in front of my friends. This is a young adult affair. No, why would you even invite that? No, who do I look like? Dude from Bebe's Kids, inviting women and their kids and then their neighbors' kids to Fun World? No, it doesn't work like that. You don't just know. I am trying to smash you. I am willing to tolerate the fact that you have a daughter. That doesn't mean I'm going to bring her with us on the dating phase. That's not something that I wish to do. And quite frankly, to me, it's not a regular date. This isn't, I didn't have any money at that age. Did not have much money. So a ticket to a place like Great America would be considered what I consider an exceptional date for more reason than one. And that is because I'm not just spending more money than I would normally spend on a date. I'm also spending significantly more time with the person that I would on a date. That's an all-day affair, because since you pay the cost of admission, you want to get there as early as possible and leave as late as possible. So it's an all-day affair. This is a special date that you get because you were thick. And yeah, so that was the case. And that's how he looks at it. So the way he's looking at it now is because he hasn't had her ask for something that is child specific. Ask for an expense or an inconvenience. Because I don't think he's dated a single mom yet, or he's I don't think he's dated a single mom yet. And if so, he hasn't been asked to do something that inconveniences him in order to be with her yet. Once that happens, it's a whole different ball game.
To being a stepdaddy, she should know how to cook and clean, bro. I mean, if you listen to Sexy Red, then Lord help you. But she should know how to. Like, she got to feed that baby somehow. Hopefully that baby ain't eating McDonald's every day. So that's a home cooked meal at least 3 times a week. And she know how to clean, because the baby is dirty and gonna make messes. That's what babies do. Hopefully her house ain't dirty. That's the
Okay. And I don't know if this is satire or whatnot, but I'm gonna work with the assumption that it's not. Why would you assume that a single mother is more capable of cooking and cleaning than a not single mother? Like wouldn't a single woman be able to clean? You assume that a dirty person would have a child and all of a sudden become clean. There's no correlation between the two. Yes, there's a greater need for cleanliness, but but if a person, there's always a need for cleanliness. So if that person was dirty before and they didn't fulfill that need for their own sake, they're not going to do it for the child's sake, unless a external figure forces them to do it. Yeah.
luck. She probably gonna be a woman of God.
Why?
Once some traumatic, like
Why in the world? Why in the world is this generation stupid? He's a millennial. Is this generation stupid? Is this common? Is this common amongst, because I wasn't stupid at 25. So, is this a generation thing, or is this a uniquely him thing? That was a very stupid thing to say. You're saying that an unmarried woman with a child is more likely to be pious. They're more likely to be holy. They're more likely to be church women. What are you, an idiot? And see, here's the thing. Me calling him an idiot is really wishful thinking. I wish that he's an idiot. Because what does it mean if he's not an idiot? It means that from his quarter century point of view, his purview of the world and of the Black church, church is something for single mothers. If that's his perception of church women, then that's really saying something bad about the Black church. It's just a nest of single mothers. I rarely, if ever, go to church. I'm hoping that's not the state of all churches. I have seen that. It's a bunch of, unfortunate looking women with hats, some of whom smell like vinegar for whatever reason. But yeah, if that's the state of churches, then no, thank you. Maybe a Mormon church. Yeah. Huh. All right, let's continue.
Like that happens in your life, you tend to turn to God for stuff like that. She's gonna be a praying woman. She's gonna take care of you spiritually. You got a lot to look forward to when you're taking on Lil Jamal. It's a lot of perks that come with Lil Jamal, man. And lastly, you're not gonna be her main priority either. You're not. It's gonna be her baby, because her baby comes first. So if you don't have people that's all up your behind and wondering why you ain't called them and text them back, she ain't gonna trip. She got a little baby to take care of. It has its perks. It has its pros. Not a lot of cons. Just one con. And that's the baby daddy that's in jail. That's the only con in the situation.
Okay. It's not satire and he's not an idiot. I see where he's going with this, and it makes sense the more I think about it. I mean, the church thing was a little dim, but we'll ignore that for a second. Now, the crux of the matter here is that the concept of long-term relationships is completely foreign to this young man at his age. And since he's not looking to get into a long-term relationship, he's not even considering it. He sees only pluses, no minuses with it, because he's not actually going to be a stepfather. Now, I will still say that he's a little, because he's calling it stepfather, even though he's not considering marriage with any of these broads. So it is a bit of a misnomer, but I get where he's coming from. I can understand his perspective. Before I was like, oh, this kid is, simple. Well, he said he looks like he's Gen Z. He said 25, so which would make him a millennial, but who knows? Maybe that was just the age he said as an example. Dang. All right, there we go. All right.
About yourself,
What I'm learning is that it is cool to be a stepdad. I used to make fun of that back in the day. Back in the day, I used to thought that was for simps.
Yeah,
I would make fun of it. I'd be like, nah.
Me and my homie, we have, I think we call the fall like stepdaddy season or something. We're like stepdaddy season's coming.
And the thing is, like, what I tell people out there is that, they're like, do you recommend being a stepdad? I still say no, because here's the thing though, because like you have to do it organically. Like it has to be coming from everybody has to, agree that y'all like each other, You got to get along with everybody. If you can't get along with somebody, it's not going to work, man.
Yeah.
Like usually I would say get in the kid's life when they're younger. Because if you get into someone when they're a teen, oh man, teens think they're the shit. They know everything.
How about getting into the woman's life when she's younger?
And they don't want to be involved with nobody. They don't want to talk to you. They start getting into their circles, like my circle's small, man. Fuck this other motherfucker. Like that. You can't get in the teen's life like that easily. But if you get them young, and everything, everything hits it on all corners. You get along with the mom. You are, get along with the kids. It works out, and you got to really want.
Everything will never hit on all corners in any relationship ever.
Be there. Yeah. You can't just be there for the good and be like, oh yeah, I like them because we play football or do this. You gotta be there when they have problems. You gotta be there when they're they have some sort of conflict going on, or when they get into it with their mom. You gotta know when to step in, when to step out, all that stuff.
Step in. Okay, the women control when you can step in and when you can step out. If she tells you to step out the house, then you step out the house, and the kids stay with her automatically because they're her kids. Stepdads realize when they break up with the mom that those kids are not theirs. I mean, they realize that anyway, eventually, but they are going to have their stepdad wake up call one day, even if like he say, you get them when they're younger. The point of the matter is the biological father is going to be there. This is not like some movie where fathers are completely disappeared, and then they just pop into the kid's life, when he reaches the NBA, when he's about to get drafted into the NBA. That's not how that works. We live in a country that tracks down stepdads now. All right. Let's see. Just do one more, and then I'm going to go to the feature presentation.
The three things that I learned about being a step parent is, number one, you got to have patience. All right. It's going to take time for them to grow on you. It's going to take time for them to get used to you. It's going to take time for them to love you. The second thing I've learned is commitment. You got to show them that you're going to be there. You got to show them that you're not walking away and that they can rely on you. All right. They need that. Third thing is effort. All right. Be the one to take them to games, be the one to take them to sporting events, be the one to take them to dance classes, you know, whatever it is, just put in the effort, put in the work, and everything will just fall into place as time goes on. And those are 3 things that I found to be very important while trying to be a step parent. If you enjoyed this video, if you got any other opinions, leave it in the comments below and be sure to follow. And
okay, none of those things benefit you. None of those things benefit you. Say it one more time. None of those things benefit you. All right, moving on. I want to point out that all the pro stepdad people, they can never say, you know, how does it benefit them? Which is the question that Kevin Samuels had. How do you benefit from it? It's always what you can do for the stepchild, the mother, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. It's never about how you benefit from the ordeal. And leave great fun memories in their little minds. Yes, well, that benefits them as well. How does it benefit you? I can't even get any fresh organs from you when I get old. How does it benefit me? All right. So I did that. I did short of the day. And now on to our feature presentation. And this one comes courtesy of Anton Daniels. Anton Daniels. So hit that like button and we'll get started. Kids naturally want their biological parents together, and to that kid, you and the step parent are just in the way of that. Yes, exactly. And it starts at a very young age. If you don't believe me, enter the life of a woman with a 2 to 4 year old boy. And even at that very young age, they make it apparent that they do not want you there. True story. I guess he was like 3. I literally had a 3-year-old take my hand off the leg of a woman that I was dating. Now, there's a lot more to this story. But that wasn't even her son. So, I'm gonna tell that story on movie night because it's interesting, but that wasn't even her son. That was somebody that she was looking after son. But he enjoyed her company and he looked at me as an intruder on that company. So if y'all feel that, they're too young to experience, like jealousy and stuff like that, and they feel out alpha, they feel like a new alpha is, and they actually feel that instinctually at a very young age. The boys do. The girls not so much. Mind you, I don't have all other kids love me. All other kids love me when I am not smashing or attempting to smash their mothers or loved ones. So, food for thought. All right, now on to our feature presentation. Okay, let me just give a quick physical assessment of this woman. Actually, no, I'm not going to do that. I'm going to be fair. Make your own judgment. And then let me hit the play button.
Just FYI.
Okay.
If you guys are privy to season 1, which I know all of you are because all of you love us so much. You saw that. First off, you would never laugh at me saying all of you love us that much. So, he giggled hard as hell.
Like, is that so hard to believe?
Right, we're lovable people.
I'm broke, please. No.
Anywho, if you guys watched episode season 1, you saw a very controversial conversation about step parenting, where Anton had a conversation about stepfathers being crash dummies.
Yeah. Step crash dummies.
Step crash dummies is what he likes to call them. Thanks for the correction. Thank you.
Hated all of that.
Anton, can
All right. Unless he can explain it further in a way that I understand the correlation, it doesn't sound completely right, because a crash dummy is used to test before a more valuable thing is entered. You know, like it's something that's disposable to protect something else. That doesn't really apply here. I think that's just a fancy way of calling them dummies. Something that you use, you know, for whatever, you know, to a means without caring about its existence. So I get that portion, but they're used for testing. And what are you testing for?
we talk about
even after rewatching it?
That's an upgrade.
You hated it even after rewatching it?
Yes, because I don't agree with it.
Well, okay, let's talk about the foundation of what he believes, and we'll talk about what we don't agree with. Anton, what is it about? Why don't you like men being stepfathers?
I don't think that it's a benefit. First of all, if you just frame it right, and you say, okay, well, this guy, he took care of his business his whole life, and he did the right thing, and he didn't have any children out of wedlock, and he literally had the ability to pick and choose anybody that he wants, right? Why would he go and choose to take care of another man's kid who is at some point going to say, you're not my daddy? Like, why would he ever do that, right? First of all, it removes the responsibility from the woman from choosing the guy that she's supposed to be with in the first place. Because most women have skipped over the man that she was supposed to be with.
Okay. I'll rewind it because I blanked out. And all right. I like my face. There are more handsome men in the world. I don't doubt that. I know that for a fact. There are more handsome men in the world. But I like my face. I like it. I'm not going to beard myself completely like I'm a Hell's Angel or something like that. I'm not going to do that. And shout out to the bearded brothers out there. But somebody said, "Why did I blank out?" I blanked out because I'm thinking like everybody here is overly bearded. Now, I will say this. I wasn't able to grow a beard until I was like 40. So food for thought, wasn't able to grow a beard since I was like 40. I still might not be able to, because I never attempted, to grow a complete, full-on, whatever the dude got. I haven't tried. And maybe because, I had 40 years to get used to my face when, some people just start getting a beard when they're 14 and stuff, and they like their beard is their face. Maybe that's it. And maybe I'm just tripping because, I spent my life as a beardless man. Let me say that caught your attention. Listen to me. Listen. I didn't even think of stuff like that until Courtney Michelle. So about 2 years ago, Courtney Michelle said, "This is the power of the PUSSY." It's still on her channel. I was on there. And she said something to the effect of, "My PUSSY can make a man grow a beard. Men are growing beards because we like it and they like my PUSSY. I kid you not. I don't make this. I didn't even think about how bearded people was until she said that. I was sitting there thinking like, oh, I don't have a beard. Maybe I don't want Courtney's PUSSY. Yeah. So I didn't even look at stuff like that until that happened. And then I was like, and now every time I see it, I'm like, wow, it's a lot of brothers out there with entire 70s Good Times, Michael from Good Times, Linus from Jefferson's, afros on their face. Maybe she was right. Just, yeah, all right. Now back to business at hand.
Why would he go and choose to take care of another man's kid who is at some point going to say, you're not my daddy? Like, why would he ever do that, right? First of all, it removes the responsibility from the woman from choosing the guy that she's supposed to be with in the first place. Because most women have skipped over the man that she was supposed to be with.
Right.
Most of them, right? And then on top of that, you then have to go back and forth with another dude that's going to always be tied to her through that kid. Because essentially, that is marriage.
Right.
Right? You're
Having a baby with
married.
somebody?
Yeah, you're married to that woman through the kid because you're never going to be able to detach from each other.
What happens if the daddy not around? Because a
What
lot
do
of
you
these
mean,
niggas be
what
leaving.
She need to go back to her baby daddy.
But then he left.
Well then she gotta wait because that shouldn't be somebody else's. But here's the thing.
So she gotta wait till the baby is grown to date.
No. Listen, this is what I'm saying. That is not another dude's responsibility. She got to figure that out on her own. Now, if she can finesse a dude into getting with her and doing it on that time, then that's a whole nother conversation.
I'm so glad
I don't
we're
see
individuals
the
and everybody has their own
benefit.
opinion.
Nobody
Hold
has
on,
ever.
Crystal, what you
Nobody
say?
has
So
ever.
glad we're all individuals and everybody has their own opinion. I'm so glad that everybody don't think like you.
Why not?
Okay, this is how you know a woman is a sister girl. When they say everybody has their own opinion and stuff, everybody knows that everybody has their own opinion. Shimon Shula just sat there and said everybody got their own fingerprint. We know that everybody has their own opinion, and that is his. See, they like to call things an opinion because they think that it diminishes his weight. It doesn't. It doesn't. That's your opinion. Yes, we know it's an opinion. But that's their way of, that's like saying, the view in this mountain, sunrises are beautiful. Well, that's your opinion. It's your opinion is something that people say when they don't have anything intelligent to say. But they want to say something. They want to state a fact. Like, yep, I stated a fact. That's your opinion. Cake tastes good. Well, that's your opinion. And the conversation is going to go downhill from there. Let's see what y'all have to say. See that y'all are active. She's a true light skin. I'm caramel. I turn different shades with the season. Okay. Yeah. Like they're looking at your shade. All right. Says, if you ever went to college and studied human sexuality under the category of philosophy, then you would now know the power of the vagina. Listen. All right. Listen and listen me good. I actually studied real stuff in college. And I could tell you, I don't care what power y'all think it has. I know the power of my dick. That's all I need to know.
If people thought like me, women would think twice about the man that they chose to have children with.
I don't. So this is
I
the
feel
thing.
like at the end of the day, you never know people's circumstances, what they going through, or what's happening when those babies are being made. I mean, you can say you want to have the best mindset and make the best decisions, but in reality, that's not like.
See, I don't care. That's another thing these bros do. I don't care. This whole you don't know. Well, yeah, I don't care either. Say if somebody came to you with the H, the H, the I, the V, the H, the H, the I, the V, it's deadly. Yeah, it's deadly. The H, the H, the I, the V, the H, the H, the I, the V, it's deadly. What? It's deadly. If a woman came to you with that, and then she said, you don't know the circumstances under under how I got that. I don't care. I'm going to repeat that. I don't care. I'll even listen to your story. I don't care. Like, so are you going to tell me a story that's so sob that I am just going to raw in it anyway? Nope. Like, I'll just stand there and say, that's a very sad story, and walk away. You see a bunch of bumps. Pussy look like a map of Montana? Yes, but you don't know how this happened. Like, okay, tell me how it happened. Blah, 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 and 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 blah, blah, blah. Like, oh man, that is a real sad story. See ya. If she has, what's that called? Not Tourette's. What's that called where a person can't help but to randomly clench their teeth? And she was biting. She was biting. She can't help it. Like, she just can't help but to bite crap. Every time something gets into her mouth, she bites. She just bite it. Tell your sad story. You don't know. Okay, well, tell me your sad story. When I was a kid, I was suffering from batitis that made me just bite, and I just had to bite, and I just had to bite, and every time something happened, I used to be in bite contests with my friends, and I just had to bite everything. And then when I used to go to sleep, my parents used to sing to me bite songs. Why are you biting to live, or are you living to bite? Like, they just kept doing that. I don't know, but I have to, like, okay, that is a sad story. Zip up my pants. See ya. Just because we could sympathize with your stories, with what led you to the circumstances and the condition that you are in now, we're not going to ignore that you are in a diminished condition. We're not. Look at that beard. We're not going to ignore it.
So it's like what you're that's like we in make-believe land, what you're saying.
How is that
real life
make-believe land?
happens. So that world you're talking about is make-believe world, because that does not happen. Look how many, not that it's a good thing, but look how many babies are born out of wedlock. Look what's going on in the time that we're in. This is a different time from the past. A lot of times when you guys have those mind frames, you're thinking about how things were so long ago. That's not even the world that we're living in anymore.
That's why we want to make America great again.
Oh crap. Listen at this chick. That's not the world we live in anymore. That's right, because women like you changed it into this. that doesn't mean that we have to deal with this circumstance the way that you described. I repeat, we do not have to deal with this world that you created the way that you described. That's like slavery. That's like telling a slave, like, yeah, you used to be free in Africa, but that's not the world you live in now. Like, yeah, but I have the opportunity to fight for my freedom because, Lincoln said, if we fight and we win, we are all free. Yeah, but look at the world the way it is. It's like, yes, the world is the way it is until you and others like you change it. Your situation is what it is. You are the mother of a child absent the father. You are a single mother. That is the way the world is. That doesn't mean I have to participate in your particular corner of the world. For example, in my last video, I displayed what I like to call a swamp hoe. Now, for those of you who haven't checked out my last video, go ahead and check it out. But a swamp hoe is an African prostitute that for $1 lays on her back on a potato sack as you pump away. And then after you're done pumping away, she goes over, squats, and rinses her vagina out in the swamp. Now I could see something like that and understand that that is the world that she lives in. Doesn't mean I'm going to give her $1 and put my penis in a swamp vagina. Like, okay, that is the world. Don't expect me to participate in that. Prison is the world for a lot of people. It's not going to be my world, but prison is the world for a lot of people. Doesn't mean I have to participate in the I like you and I want you. I like, something? I guess the reality is when there's no women around, some guys just do what they feel they have to do. I understand that the reality is the world I now live in is there's no women around other than prison guards who are going there for that sole intent because they don't look like crap in real life. But I digress. Just because that is the world that I live in doesn't mean I have to participate in that foolishness. It doesn't. I'm an East Oakland nerd. You think I participate in stuff just because that was the world I lived in? No. No smart man should.
You did not just sit here and say that shit.
That's why we want to make America great again. Because think about it. The more that we are left up to our own devices and get away from the core of what we were supposed to be doing in the first place, the worse off it gets. The reason why people with more information than we've ever had before continue to go down this dark path, we know for a fact that a child raised in a single parent household has less of an opportunity to be great, more of a probability to need therapy, more likely to go to jail, less likely to go to college, more likely to have debt and be asking the government for student loan forgiveness. We know that that is the pathway more than likely.
You dealing with
I come from a two-parent household, and I got
being born black.
All right, let me acknowledge Danica Marie. I want to show y'all the changes in our facial expression too. So I'm gonna go back a bit. Yeah, brothers in the beards, I swear. Okay, Danica Marie is just stepping through. Thanks a lot. Thanks a lot, Danica Marie. The name of her book is Submission is Not the Enemy. So check that out. You can order it. It is under the name of Danica Bell. So appreciate you a lot. Thanks for stopping through. Thanks for showing some love. All right. So let me see if I can go back to get that part.
has less of an opportunity to be great, more of a probability to need therapy, more likely to go to jail, less likely to go to college, more likely to have debt and be asking the government for student loan forgiveness. We know that that is the pathway more than likely.
You see that? You see that? Y'all see her reaction? Y'all see how her reaction just came out of nowhere? You know, that's because she was gonna say that's your opinion or something like that, but she know that this is not. These are facts. So she is just bewildered and befuddled. Befuddled. She's befuddled. Nice legs. She's befuddled. Watch this again.
To need therapy, more likely to go to jail, less likely to go to college, more likely to have debt and be asking the government for student loan forgiveness. We know that that is the pathway more than likely.
You dealing with
I come from black. I come from a two-parent household, and I got
being born black. Period.
We know
you be
this.
born to a two-parent household.
That's nonsense.
That is.
I was
that
born
is so
in the hood
true.
like everybody else, and that ain't my circumstance or any of the people that
because
was
you
born
made
with.
it different for yourself.
No, I didn't. It's
Individuals
because
move
I was raised in
differently.
a two-parent household,
So
even though we were born. But that don't mean nothing. Because I'll go into that in a minute. But my point is,
you need a microphone. Hold on.
Y'all hear this? You see how triggering it is? They don't like to hear this. They're all single moms of some sort. They're all single moms, and they don't like to hear this truth. But we hold these truths to be self-evident, that you have no sexual discipline and you accept no responsibility for your sexual misgivings. We hold these truths to be self-evident. You got people, what is she, the donut girl? You got somebody in the back that's just yelling through the boom mic who's not even on the show. That's how triggering this is. That's how triggering this is. Okay, Danica has something to say. Let's see. Thanks for reminding me. I had a stepdaddy show I needed to do. LOL. Okay, yeah, I look forward to seeing that. I look forward to seeing that. You know, I paid an 8 at the gate. So if you're gonna make that a Patreon show, I'll be there too. For those of you who don't know, Danica has a Patreon with a lot of good stuff. You can win like $50. I haven't won yet, but you can win like $50 just for being a member at the time that she does the raffle and she draws your name. So yeah, check that out. But yeah, I'm curious what you're gonna do about the stepdad show. I thought you were saying that you had a stepdaddy. Oh, dang. Now we're gonna talk about Danica. What if your stepdaughter looks like Danica? The mom is 40, you're 40. The stepdaughter just so happens to be a 20-year-old Danica Marie. What would you do? And I want y'all to be honest. You don't have to type it in. You don't have to type it in. I'm not saying what would you do. I'm saying what would you be thinking about? What would you be thinking? What would be going through your perverted brain? Think about that. Think about that. What if that happens? I'm not talking about you raised her since she was a little girl or something like that. I'm talking about you met her and then you fell in love with the 40-year-old mom, and then somewhere visiting from college, Danica just came in and it's like, oh crap. It's just a whole awkward, weird situation. And for whatever reason, and I do not condone this, there is like this whole thing on Pornhub dedicated to that particular situation that I just described. It's odd, it's weird, and it's not my thing. But I know that it exists. Just saying, these are the things people have to think about.
But my point is that even with all of the information and the technology and being able to look in hindsight, y'all still choosing to do it. This is not something that anybody is making y'all do. Y'all choosing to have children.
We're not making them men have babies with us. It takes two. It's not just my.
Y'all choosing to do it.
Miss me when it takes two. See, that is exactly what hustlers say when they hustle you. Say if I was selling fake jewelry, or you know something better yet, say I was one of those guys with the 3 cards, or the ones that put the bean in a cup and they switch it around and blah blah blah, and it's a hustle. That is a hustle. I got hustled out. I think I lost $20 on that. I think I lost $20 dealing with one of them niggas. And I was for sure that I was gonna pick the queen. I thought everybody else was stupid but me, and that the queen was right there. It's a hustle. It takes two. No, you are a hustler. See, just because, and this is, and I know for a fact, I used to tutor math, that Americans have very, very, very poor math understanding. But just because something is 2, that doesn't mean that the chances, that the odds, that anything is 50-50. Just because something is 2. For example, there's 2 outcomes when you play the lottery. You either win or you lose. But that doesn't mean you have a 50-50 chance. Now there's 2 parties involved in creating a life. That doesn't mean that the responsibility of that the accountability is split evenly amongst the 2. But let's just put that aside for a second, and let me just do some more math on this. And this is why it is important for women to be responsible, more so than men. Say you have a population of 100 women and 100 men on an island or something, right? And you have 100 sexually irresponsible women and 1 sexually irresponsible man. You were able to convince 99% of the men to be sexually responsible. How many illegitimate babies do you have? I'll answer for you. 100. If you have 100 irresponsible men and 100 irresponsible women, how many illegitimate babies you have? I'll answer again. 100. However, if you have 100 irresponsible men and 1 irresponsible woman, how many babies do you have? 1. See, that's why it'll never be equal, because the men are not the determining factor on how many illegitimate kids there are. The number of illegitimate kids is a direct correlation with the number of sexually irresponsible women, not men. 1,000 women can reproduce with 1 man. Therefore, you have to control and contain the behaviors of women. It is not the same. I know you hate math, Tamiko. You're an American. I made money because you do.
2K, what you
No, let me ask her a question. Why would a woman have a child out of wedlock? Why would she choose to do that?
How about, I'm going to take it back to what I say every time. Like you said, you grew up in a 2-parent household. You probably was taught something a totally different way. Imagine being me, born in a household where my mom is a single parent and there are different baby daddies. You get what I'm saying? Mm-hmm. I'm growing up where auntie's doing the same thing. You know what I'm saying? Everybody not married. Everybody not with, not with the person that they had kids with, but then you still find your way. You move through life. You do what you have to do. Let's say you find you a man that loves you for you and love your babies, and you do have kids that are from another man. You feel me? But the situation didn't work. You saying because I made a bad decision and had a baby by a guy that decided he wanted to whoop my ass, now I can't find love and happiness because of that. That don't make sense. And that's crazy.
Okay, so I hate it when they have these straw man scenarios, which doesn't work. This era of beat ass men that they still like to put, they really like to just like to pull these old stereotypes out their titties. They really do. They just take these old brutish beat ass men and pull them out of nowhere. The stuff that they describes does not exist in mass anymore, not by a long shot. Earlier this year, we seen Jonathan Majors get assault charges for taking his phone back from a female thief who later chased him down the street like she was Jason and he was a blonde white girl. She chased him down the street and she didn't get no charges and he got 2 charges. That is the world we live in. And for whatever reason, you're describing a world where dudes are just walking home saying, bitch, my chicken's cold. Listen, we don't live in that world. We all know it. That's why we're not scratching white women's finger. And you're not going to convince us that, you're not going to convince us that this is Color Purple days, where laws like that is not extraordinarily, slanted in your favor. Miss me with that. Y'all see this? See, they're running out of tactics. They're running out of tactics. It's a damn shame. Like y'all still using tactics from like way back then. And maybe because I work in computer science, like stuff gets old real quick. You can't use stuff that made sense 40 years ago in my field. It just doesn't hit right. So this whole, but I was being beaten. Like, no, you wasn't. I mean, unless you are a masochist, that decided one day to not be a masochist, which is still a you problem. That's not the situation at hand. And you know it. Miss me with that.
Chulo, what you say?
So I chose to be a stepfather, pretty much, right?
Right.
Chulo.
It matched my aesthetic, right?
It matched my aesthetics.
This dude said it matched my aesthetics. What's aesthetic about that? That's a very weird thing. I don't think he knows what that means. You mean it goes with your brand? Because stepfather it's not really something the person readily sees, like your aesthetics. Somebody say you use cobalt. You use cobalt to make UI. Cobalt is used like for banking software, like back in the 60s or some crap like that. And no, I don't even think that you could learn how to do it online. I mean, I know that some government code still does it, but they're trying to get rid of that. But and that's my point. Like, stop using. Yeah, I get what you're saying. Yeah, stop using COBOL. Stop using old developing languages. Like you're a moron. Like, at least come with some new lies. At least come with some new lies. You know what? You know what these broads sound like? Jesse Smollett. Hit the like button. Follow me for a second. Jesse Smollett, for those of you who don't know, that's Joyner Smollett's brother, and he's a homosexual. And so for whatever reason, he came up with the bright idea to just jump himself, hire somebody. No, they don't. No, they don't still use COBOL. He decided to hire some goons that he worked with. I think they were like the security guard on the television set that he works on, to whoop his own ass and then say some white dudes did it. And I think he even had like a noose around his neck. It was like the corniest Jim Crow era fake made up stuff you ever seen. It just looked completely like a lie. It was just ridiculous. It was old. It was dated. It was ridiculous that he just brought a scenario from the 1960s and brought it into modern time Chicago or some crap like that. Okay, so he did have a noose. You are out. If you come with these antiquated, scenarios, people are going to see through it. You sound dumb. Oh yeah, and they were wearing a MAGA hat. He might as well have been like, oh yeah, they were wearing pointy hoods. Like, come on now. Stop being stupid. Like, I mean, stop coming with these. If you're gonna lie modern. Picture a white woman saying, yes, I was walking down the street minding my own business, and then there was a bunch of black guys breakdancing, and they were spinning on their head, and they had a jerry curl, and one of them had a shower cap on, and they were listening to Curtis Blow on their beatbox, with a bunch of batteries in it, and then they just said, hey there, fly mommy, and then they beat me. Like, be modern. Be modern with your lies. You're stupid. He beat me. Shut up. Shut up. Unless your kids is 60 years old, shut up. I said the flapper attacked me. Yeah. Yeah, that's like a homeless person begging for money. I'm a World War II vet. Dude, you're 28.
It's crazy. That's not second place.
Second place? That's your aesthetic?
I was a single father, right? I was a single father of a girl. You know what I'm saying? I was a girl dad. So it was a little different, right? I always wanted a boy. I wanted to know what it was to actually raise a man, and all this other.
Okay, this is weird. This is weird. This guy is weird. Something is very incorrect about what's going on if his daughter is alive. And I hope she is. Because it's terrible to hope that she's not. But why did he say I was a father? Or maybe say I was a single father. But okay, let me go back, because that would make more sense. I hope I'm wrong about this.
That's your aesthetic?
I was a single father, right? I was a single father of a girl.
Okay, so
you know what I'm saying? I was a girl dad. So it was a little different, right? I always wanted a boy. I wanted to know what it was to actually raise a man,
Oh my God, then use your sperm.
When I actually met the woman that I decided.
Then use your sperm. Always wanted a boy. That is not your boy. Use your sperm and make one.
I married. I was like, okay, cool. She came with the son. And I already understand that it's a two-parent deal. You don't want to be in those.
Ladies, it's not a good look if that is his real hair. Ladies, your men's natural hair should not be longer than yours. You are doing wrong if he has real hair and you have fake hair of the same length. That is a terrible look. It means that he has more hair discipline than you. It means that black men collectively, shout out to Snoop Dogg, it means that, and Busta Rhymes back in the day, it means that black men collectively have more hair discipline than black women. I'm going to repeat this as I know y'all would like for me to. It means that black men collectively have more hair discipline than black women. Look at their hair. First of all, if it's a weave, then this is a whole, we're going to have a whole different conversation. If this is a weave, we're going to have a whole different conversation. If it's not, then we're going to have the conversation we're having now. His hair is the same length as hers. What happened to his hairline? They cut it like that to show off, you know, to line it up at the barbershop. That's supposed to be a style. I don't really follow styles, but I know brothers do stuff like that.
This other thing. So when I actually met the woman that I decided to marry, I was like, okay, cool. You know, she came with the son, you know, and I already understand that it's a two-parent deal. You know, you don't want to be in those situations where, you know, I'm with your mama, but look, nigga, you on the side.
Yeah.
So
yeah. Okay. So this is the situation that Melody was describing earlier, where the guy was a single father. So yeah.
One of those situations
you got to kick over a sport like Snoop did.
Yeah.
Baby boy.
Yeah. So, you know, at the same time, her son
You ain't my
4.
daddy. I hate you.
Her son was 4. My daughter was 4. So a lot of things match. You know what I'm saying? A lot of things mesh. I'm like, listen, it'd be dope for my daughter to have somebody to play with, somebody to be around, or whatever the case is. You know, that way it's not, hey, please my child to try to please me.
Yeah.
You know, it's a game in the beginning.
You shouldn't be making like life-altering decisions. A life-altering decision should not begin with "it will be dope." Yeah. Like one person gets into MIT and another person gets into the local community college. And they're best friends. And they say, you know, it'd be dope if we went to school together. You don't make decisions like that that begins with "it would be dope." You don't.
Yeah. Versus saying, okay, listen, they're gonna get in there, we're gonna see how it really is. Because you know how kids will start taking their parents' side to realistic things or whatever.
I think that this conversation skips over something that's important. And the important part that it skips over is bringing that step parent into the household can create the household into a two-parent household.
What?
Yeah, that's what happens.
Definitely.
All right. Yes and no. Yes, it makes it into a two-parent, or okay, I should just say no. And that's because you're not actually the parent. I mean, yes, in the sense that you're making it a two-parent household for her perspective, but you're not actually the parent. And I know people like to feel like they are, but I've seen it happen in the previous generation, father, uncles, aunties, you know, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. You are not their child, or I'm speaking from the child's point of view. You are not their parent. And that is not your child. And that will be made clear at some point in life. Exactly. It's not a two-parent household in that sense. There's one parent in there. Now you have a parent and then you have a contributor. But that's not the same as two parents. You don't have two parents at that point. A natural born father, unless he's some type of super freak, is not going to look at, you know, his daughter at 20, and even if she looks like, you know, Sweet Melody Media, you know, or Danica, he's not going to say, damn, you know, like, God damn. He's not going to do that because that's his damn daughter. That's an actual two. He's her actual parent. It's a whole different dynamic. Who's that dude that did that? It was a white dude that had like a adopted Asian girl or a stepdaughter or something like that. Whether she was adopted or step, it wasn't blood. And I think he just started smashing the moment she turned 18. Dang, I do not. Help me out. Woody Allen. Thank you. Woody Allen. So one thing's for clear, that was not his daughter. I think he's still with her. So he probably saying that shit right now. That is not my daughter. All right. Melody wants to link. This link is for Melody. All right. I'm gonna prolong this all night, Melody. But
single mother gets married, now you're in a two-parent household. And when you have that two-parent household, like you just said, statistically,
dang, she even said when the single mother gets married, you are now in a two-parent household. Oh, Jesus. Because she don't see it the other way. Like if a childless woman was to get with a child dead man, she don't see it like, oh, we're now a two-parent household.
we know what the numbers look like differently. We don't say the numbers off a two-parent household biologically all the time. It's a two-parent household. So
okay, so apparently they've been together and it's been 30 years. Listen, I didn't bring that up to just say that he's a nasty ass nigga. Though he is a nasty ass nigga. I did that to say that in the minds of some, because in both the daughter and the guy's mind, they are both, that was not her daddy. Well, that's her daddy, but that wasn't her father. All right, what's on your mind, Melly?
Hi, GameChanger. All right, so I just wanted to explain how a father can be more of a dad than a biological father.
A stepfather?
A stepfather, I meant to say.
Okay.
Because, like, what if the father was never in the child's life? Like, what if it was like a one-night stand? She never saw the father again, and then the stepfather was there since the baby was small or born. Sometimes the kids don't even know that's a stepdad.
Damn it. Okay, listen.
Being honest.
Okay. There's a lot wrong with that, Melody, and I covered it already in my show. You was too busy celebrating your weight loss to hear me cover this. But no, okay. I covered it in the show just now. Okay, that is an old trope. That is one of those old excuses. These disappearing dads do not exist anymore. We live in America, which means that they hunt deadbeat dads down. Okay. Like Yosemite Sam. They hunt them down.
Okay, so
and they even hunt men that are not the biological father down. They hunt you down here. Let's not pretend like this is like the 40s, where great grandpa could just move to the other side of town and then have a whole nother family. He moved from West Philly to South Philly and started a whole nother family, and she never found him. This is not that, okay? They will find you and they will do everything. Uncle Sam will do everything to make sure that they get that money.
Right.
Okay, go for it.
What if the biological father is dead?
Okay, now we're getting into the what ifs. Listen, yes, we are not going to behave as if the exception is the norm. Mm-hmm. The norm is most people live, and I know that we watch the hood movies, and and they make it seem like 99% of black men die, in a drive-by shooting. Listen, the truth of the matter is most people live, even black ones. Most of us live. And most of these baby daddies live.
Right.
And we're talking about those situations. We're not talking about the exception. Now, you also said something that I covered earlier, and that is that we don't have to. The benefits that you're talking about is more beneficial to the kids. What I'm talking about is what's more beneficial to the dad.
Right.
I can walk to a woman and say to her directly to her face, like, listen, I know that I can greatly improve this child's life. You must be a greater improvement to my life. I'll use that as a selling point. I will tell Haley Bailey, listen, if you are a single mother, and if we were together, then that would be the only circumstance. I am going to be a great improvement to your life. Every Thursday night, I want your sister to join us. I feel I have the right to ask that. I want your sister Chloe there. Like, listen, do you know I am a great father. I will teach your kid how to swing a bat. I will teach your kid how to catch a football. I will teach your kid how to shoot a hoop, and I will teach your kid mathematics all the way to calculus 3 and second year physics. I want to see Chloe every Thursday as I am doing this.
I get what you're saying. Okay, so how about, let's say, I don't want to bring the passport bros into this, but let's say somebody went overseas, let's say to Korea, and they got the woman pregnant over there.
Mhm.
Um, does she stay single? Like, he came back to the States, she has a baby now. Should she stay single, or should she get someone to be a stepfather for her dad? Someone there in the country with her.
Absolutely. Absolutely. But I'm pretty sure that Korean men would have the same reluctance as Anton Daniels do. In fact, I know they do because they're Asian and they don't play that crap. Asian men have a built-in something in them. Maybe it's because they have a smaller penis, but they have something in them that makes them not deal with unruly bitches.
Right.
No matter what their circumstances is. They would sooner die alone before they marry a chick that's 28. Asian men they keep their pimp hand kung fu strong when it comes to their broads. So yes, if you are greatly diminished in their eyes. Now, and I think like me, they will embrace you in proper circumstances. For example, she's wealthy and he's not. You know,
Mm-hmm.
like I was in the Philippines, right? And I know it's not Korea, but it's Asia. I was in the Philippines, and there was a guy there. He was trying to sell me a thing of dried peas and rice and stuff like that. I was like, listen, what in the entire fuck? What am I going to do? I'm in a hotel. I don't have a hot plate or a kitchen or something to boil it. And even if I did, I'm not gonna boil some rice and peas that I bought off of you. What the fuck is this? And then he says to me, how am I going to feed my family? And I looked at him and I said, that's food. It's not my problem. Look, what the crap was that? But the moral of the story is he was down bad. And if he want to take care of an American's bastards, then so be it. He's getting a better end of the deal because he's extremely down bad.
Right.
You know, like yeah, so get with a down bad dude that's happy to get anything.
All
You
right, I'm gonna
know.
use somebody I know as an example. I'm not gonna say who it is, but I think, because I already told you. So
Okay.
this person got with a woman. She has 2 kids, and the father is in her kid's life still, but she's dating this guy. She's cooking, cleaning. She's very submissive. They go places together. They both make good money, and they're both young.
Okay.
But they love each other. do he look bad for choosing a woman with 2 kids that was married? She was married before, so she was married before she carried. You know who I'm talking about.
I don't, but I don't need to know. But I will say, I don't know. There are factors into play. Maybe he does get threesome Thursdays. That's what I call that when Chloe Bailey comes over on Thursday. Maybe he gets threesome Thursdays. We don't know the deal. But am I saying that black men collectively are known for making bad deals since slavery? Slavery is a bad deal. You're stupid. You sold a whole human being for a bucket of molasses. You're stupid. Okay? We are not good negotiators. We need to get better at that. It may have been on the surface, it sounds like a bad negotiation, but we don't know the details. For all we know, this is the ugliest nigga alive. And she's the prettiest woman alive. If so, that's a deal. Maybe she's double jointed. Maybe she's rich. Maybe if she has adequately made up for that particular deficiency, then I wouldn't say it's a bad deal.
Well, this guy is in shape. He's educated. He's always traveling. Like, he has options, but he chose this woman. And he usually don't go for black women, but this is one of the only black women that he went for.
Mm-hmm.
But he really likes her a lot. And she's fit, feminine, friendly, submissive. Like, she's a good catch. She just got those kids. She has 2 sons. So,
I would say, all things considered, it's a bad deal. But it's not. I've seen brothers take worse deals. I've seen white dudes take worse deals. I haven't seen Asians take worse deals, but I have seen brothers take worse deals. Thus far, it is a bad deal. Absolutely.
okay.
Yeah. All right. I can play some more. You're welcome to stay.
Okay.
Marrying my husband and him having 2 kids. The kids' experience, he sleep right now, but if I woke his ass up, he'll tell you his experience with us at our house is going to differ than the experience that he gets at his mom's house with his stepfather.
Holy crap. She said us at our house. Now, I know what y'all thinking. That us means, him and her. But no, us means her and her kids. Listen at this gibberish.
The household into a 2-parent household.
What?
Yeah, that's
Most
what happens.
definitely.
If a single mother gets married, now you're in a 2-parent household. And when you have that 2-parent household, like you just said, statistically, we know what the numbers look like differently. We don't say the numbers off a 2-parent household biologically all the time. It's a 2-parent household. So me marrying my husband and him having 2 kids, the kids' experience, he sleep right now, but if I woke his ass up, he'll tell you his experience with us at our house is going to differ than the experience that he gets at his mom's house with his stepfather. You feel me?
Most step kids are package deals.
Wait, what the fuck did that make sense to you?
No.
I'm not gonna play it again. Did he say, does dude live with his mom? Because she said his mom's, right?
He said his mom's. That's what I heard. I mean, you want to go back and make sure that
I don't want to go back. I'm confused, and I don't want to be confused because I played it twice already.
That's what I heard.
Somebody help me out. What does she got going? It's a lot of crap, and that's your life. That's your life dealing with that's your life dealing in these situations. Family reunions is all confused.
Mm-hmm.
I was like 16. And I was at a family reunion. And I seen something I liked. And I thought it was my cousin's friend. But I made it clear to ask. I didn't ask, can we smash? I asked, are we related?
Right.
To which she said yes. I was like, okay, and left it at that. When you got a bunch of confused crap like this going on, people be smashing at family reunions because you got all kind of like double step siblings and stuff like that. It's and I don't even want to think about it. I want to get what she said out my brain. Let me play some. Let me play what's next.
It's kind of like cable, okay? You are the high-speed internet. Your child is you are the high-speed internet, and your child is the house phone.
Okay.
Okay.
Nobody use the house phone though.
Exactly. He don't like the kids.
Oh my God.
If we got to be honest,
that's a fact.
If we got to be honest, like step, I hate step stools, step daddy, step mom.
We can tell. We can tell, nigga.
Once again, I'm glad people have individual thoughts.
Ain't nothing but the
He went into that mode of what movie was that one? Dog was like, I hate everything black. I hate that because they black. I hate piano because they black. If you ever see
why are they associating that with blackness? I hate it when they take something that's really depraved and dysfunctional and put the black stamp on it. I hate it when they do that. I hate it when they just say, you know, oh yes, you know, oh you hate black. No, because he don't wish to be a stepfather. Because you know, shout out to the father, the real father from Color Purple. Kids all trifling and confused. That's pretty much it. Like he don't want any part of that. Listen, I understand that it exists, but fellas, if you can avoid it, then do so. By all means, do so. If you can avoid that particular situation by hook or crook and read a book, you avoid that situation, or you will get took. You avoid it. And that's all he's saying. But they want to make it seem like a black thing. And the reason why they want to make it seem like a black thing, so you can normalize it.
Didn't you say single mothers overseas are better than Keisha's here?
Yes. Yes, for a number of reasons. One, because it's far less. Well, one, I'm going to give the one most important reason that they're better, or I should say it's better for the guy.
Okay.
The children are extraordinarily less maintenance. Extraordinarily less maintenance.
Right.
So think about, what did they say? It costs $250,000 to raise a child, you know.
Mm-hmm.
So there it just costs $200 to raise a child.
Yeah, that's true. Everything's cheaper.
No, I'm joking. But
no, but you did say that. You said everything was a lot cheaper over there. So
yes.
It makes sense.
And you have the level of, you moderate the level of control that you have over the child. You have as much as you want, and you don't have to take any more or less. If you want to be the complete father of this kid, you have complete and total unchallenged authority. And if you want to be and I've seen this, if you want to be a semi-absentee father, but you still pay to make sure that your kid lives comfortably, you can do that too. And you just pop in when you're on vacation. And I've seen this. You know, there is that arrangement, but there isn't a state institution or a woman involved that says, no, I require this much time, resources, attention from you, and you are obligated to give it to me, or I will destroy your entire life, Tyrese Gibson. There is not that. So yes, it is leagues better. Let me tell you a story. And this isn't my story. This is my barber's. Well, this is not even my barber's story. This is a story that my barber told me of a person of whom I do not know. But he said that dude had a son somewhere in the Pacific Islands, and he gave the baby mama $5,000. And she was happy. And he didn't even never hear from her again. She took that $5,000. I think she started like a dry cleaning business or something.
Wow.
She was like, hey, that's it, you know? So yes, it is leagues better of a situation for the guy. Try giving an American woman $5,000 and say, here, raise this kid.
Yeah, because you can't do anything with $5,000 here, really.
Yeah. Yeah, exactly. So for that, and that's the first reason.
Mm-hmm.
The second reason is, and this is probably because of circumstances, but this is probably because of circumstances. Okay, somebody said $5,000 is a year's worth of diapers. So if you get it all at once, then it's an opportunity to start a small business, which is what she did.
Right.
You know, and that's how that works. You know, like a person. You know, like I would rather have $1 million than to make $100,000 a year for 10 years. If you get that $1 million, you can make that grow, and more so than if you get the $100,000 a year. So that's how that works.
Right.
But he still kept in touch with the kid, of course, because that's how he knew about the dry cleaning business.
Mm-hmm.
I think it was like a wet cleaning business, whatever. You know, we're a laundromat. But what was I going with? Oh, the second thing. The second thing is they do live in that time. Like the stuff that these broads are trying to make up, like, you know, oh, what if he beat her? What if he just disappeared? And what if he just, in many places in the world, that actually does still exist. So they are dealing with, you know, 1940s Negroes. So, you know, like it's believable when they say that is their actual circumstances.
Right.
You know, like that is believable. And, you know, especially if the kid is I'm not gonna say black, but if the kid is obviously of a different race than the mother.
Mm-hmm.
So, you know, if you're in Asia or something and she has a blue-eyed baby, you know, chances are he smashed and dashed and went back to Europe, Australia, or America and left her, you know, like that's a real thing. That happens far less to American women. So that's a real thing. Her true deadbeat story is an actual likelihood to be true. And which says something about them, which says that, you know, this is more likely to have been a good woman who was placed in a bad situation, which is what they're trying to paint themselves out to be. But what it doesn't say is that she left him, which is the most common way women become single mothers. And that's something that men need to strongly consider as well. There are women out there who leave the father of their children. Like, how secure is your relationship when you're dealing with somebody who left the father of their children that didn't beat her?
They leave for small reasons like, oh, he was looking at another woman or he cheated on me. Like,
Uh-huh.
you have a whole child by this man. If he cheats, you guys can work it out.
Exactly. And then there's my favorite. Hold on, let me tell you. And then there's my favorite, and that is I'm just not happy.
Oh, I hate that one.
Exactly. So it's more likely, in fact, it's near impossible. I mean, somebody mentioned Vietnam. I didn't read the whole thing, but let's just say I've never been either. But let's just say in Vietnam, you know, it's near impossible for a Vietnamese woman to say to a man, "I'm not happy," and leave. You know, chances are she's a single mom. It's not because she just left out of random melancholy, you know.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, it's a number of things that make them better, you know. And don't these bras come on my show and they say stuff like, you know, oh, I have a bias. No, I'm looking at the cultures and the circumstances, you know, from on a micro level, and I come to intelligent conclusions. It's not better because they're sexier, even though they are. But they are single moms for different reasons. They're stepmoms for different reasons, more than likely. And the step situation is better because of the laws of the nation.
Right.
So, yeah.
Makes sense.
Now, that being said, I'm going to say this. That being said, you will not catch me, especially in Asia, just pumping seeds into broads. Because I can. And I have $5,000. You will not catch me doing that. The primary reason being half Black and Asian girls are exceptionally attractive, and I don't want to have to deal with a sexy daughter walking around Asia broke. So I would just as soon not create it.
Would you want to bring her back if you did? Would you want to take the child or the mother and the child back with you to the States?
Depending on what I have going on in the States. Absolutely. And the laws around it. Absolutely. Yeah, that's something I consider.
Right. But you definitely wouldn't get them pregnant, move here, take care of the child from here, go visit
Well, I'm
them.
not a Johnny Appleseed type dude, no matter what. I don't do that crap here. I'm not going to do it there. You know, that's just not what I do. I see. The thing is, I actually want to raise my kid. That's the whole point of everything. You know, yeah. So that's it. That's all. You know, I mean, I'm joking about the sexy daughter thing. That's part of it, but no. The truth of the matter is, I actually want to raise my kid. Without it, what's the point in having it? Like, you know, just like I want to drive my car. Like, what's the point in buying it if you're not going to drive it? Like, that's, you know. So yeah. And I say my kid, your single mama's trying to get me to be a stepdad. I say my kid. Listen. I say my kid. I want to raise my kid. I want to raise my kid.
Absolutely. Do you want to get married, GC?
Well, yes, I do, because that's the best circumstance to have a kid in.
Agreed.
Unfortunately, they're unsecure. They're very insecure in the U.S. So that's problematic. All right, let me play the rest of this.
Okay.
You're gonna get it.
Stepdad ain't nothing but the first loser.
All right. So that's Anton Daniels. Salute to him. Says step. Dang. All right. So let me. Do you have anything that you want to say on that before I go to the next one?
Not really. It was wild seeing single mothers on a panel just talking crap. That's what they do.
Yep. That's what these rooms was doing.
Yeah.
Freeman Journal says, "Hey, I look forward to finding out." Said raising kids is great. I look forward to finding out.
Or I know you did say
Yeah.
you wanted to start a family over there, like bring your woman from here to there and raise a family.
Yeah. Yeah, I'd do that. I'd bring an American woman overseas and raise a family. Absolutely.
That's probably the best thing to do.
Yeah, I mean, just based on expenses and stuff, and you know, because children receive values from both the parents and the surrounding society. So, would I want my children to receive different values than American values? Absolutely. And I realized this in just talking to Indians, and they come here and they whiten up quickly, and I'm like, wait a minute, y'all got a good thing going. You know, y'all might want to keep the best aspects of your culture going. You know, you don't want your son to grow up to in this way because you know he's demoralized and undermotivated, as many of our young men this generation are. And you don't want your daughter to be a stuck-up bitch. So be careful.
Indians look at us terribly. Black people.
Probably.
When I say us, because the bodega
Probably.
that I work in, one of the bodegas, I work in too, is in a gas station, and it's a young Indian guy, and he said, he straight out told me like that he don't have any black friends, and when he came,
You're breaking up. I can't hear you. You're breaking up. Yeah, I didn't hear what you said.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah, I hear you now.
I was saying that the Indian guy at the gas station, he's pretty young. He's in his 20s, but he pretty much told me that he had no black friends and his parents told him to stay away from black people. And because the culture here is horrible, like especially in their country, they look at us bad. So they would never like get like want to raise their children around black people.
Yeah, I can see the truth in that. The problem is with black people, here in America, especially, is that there is an enormously high concentration of niggas in the black culture, and so people make that association. Far too many of us are niggas than should be. Niggas are everywhere. There's Filipino niggas, there's Ukrainian niggas, there's British niggas, there's niggas everywhere. Every community, there's white American niggas. Every community has their own percentage of niggas. Typically, that quantity of niggas is exacerbated by the number of the amount of availability of opportunity. So from a third world perspective, they look at black people and saying that y'all have far too many opportunities to still have that high concentration of niggas. Now, as much as they say that to you, Melody, what they're really saying is, I don't like niggas. They have no problem with blacks. And I'm pretty sure if you let him, he'd smash.
No, he straight out told me I was different. He was like, "You're different."
Yeah, exactly. So that's what it is. That's what it is. So when they say different, they mean you're not a nigga, which really means that unfortunately, black people in their minds default as niggas. Black people in their mind default as niggas, which is not a good thing, And not only that, our niggas, black niggas in particular, African American niggas, they tend to be loud to try to make themselves the face of blackness, and they're succeeding at that. People don't notice the demure black woman that stands quietly and waits her turn in the bank, but they do remember the fat, loud, blue-haired, fake eyelash, fake haired, got one high heel that's longer than the other, black woman that walks into Wells Fargo Bank and asks for some fucking sperm. You don't forget stuff like that.
Absolutely not.
You don't forget stuff like that. So nobody does. So they become the face because they part of being a nigga is attention-seeking behavior. All right, let's see what this guy has to say.
That they're in it for the sex. You know what I mean? Like they see a woman who has a child, and all they're thinking about is sleeping with the woman, and not really concerned about what type of role are they going to play in this child's life. Figure that, all right,
he's an idiot. Let me tell you something. Each and every single woman I have not slept with and is not family, I am determining if and how much I want to fuck her. For him to pretend, what in the hell? You look at an attractive woman, and you look at an attractive single mom, and you say to yourself, I wonder what I can do for that kid. You are out your damn mind.
There are some simps.
That is beyond simpery.
Got a lot of those.
Like he's thinking about sleeping with the mom. Of course. What in the hell are you thinking about? That's how men think. What the hell is? Some people are just insane. Some people are just insane. Some people need to just be under a slapping machine.
Mm-hmm.
I'm just, as long as I'm with her, I'll figure that out later. And they end up being a shitty step parent. I think things differently. You know, when we got together, I saw you as a whole with your children.
Mm-hmm.
You know, and as much as I wanted to add,
well, you should have seen her as three holes. Yeah. Huh. Okay, let me. All right, let me play this.
value in your life, I was immediately thinking about ways on how I can add value to their lives and how they can make me a better person. Because I know that what I was doing, not every man is willing to step up to that. You know,
I'll be.
They can't make you a better person. I mean, of course, there's the joy of fatherhood. But I mean, you're a grown man. Okay. What are they going to teach you kung fu? Like, how do they make you a better person?
He's probably saying they can teach him how to be a great father from when he has kids, which is silly.
No. Like, just like a pencil or, something like that, just like weights don't make me a stronger man. It's me lifting them that does that.
Right.
Be honest, I'm getting a little emotional listening to you, but I think that a latter part of what you just said is so key, that by you giving value to those children, they in turn helped you.
Look at her form of dress. And this is what I was telling you about months ago. Fellas, listen to me and listen to me good. When the pants comes up above the belly button, fellas, press 1 in the chat if you never wore a pair of pants that came up above your belly button. Press 1 in the chat if something like that is just completely absurd. When the pants comes up above the belly button, what they are doing is they're hiding muffin tops. They are hiding, they're hiding stretch marks. They're hiding fat. They're hiding something. And the fact that they even make pants, I don't even think they make that for men. Yeah, she's hiding a fupa. She's hiding something. I don't want to see what she's hiding, but she's hiding something, and she feels that she could hide something and still wear what do you call that top? Melody, yeah. What do you call that top? All right, Melody's gone. But just the fact that she feels that she could hide something, she could hide it and still wear like a half top, that she could get away with that. It means that they think you stupid. But nope, she's hiding it. She got those jeans and and the jeans double as a girdle. I'm going to repeat this. The jeans double as a girdle to smash the fat in. It's trickery is what it is.
You be a better person.
Absolutely.
Which I don't think a lot of young men or women that are stepping into the position of being a step parent can see that right away, can see like the big picture of, if I can be a great role model for these children, then in turn, I'm actually getting rewarded in a way that is, I would consider, non-tangible.
Right.
It's not.
GC, it's called
the crop
somebody
top. Said something.
It's called the crop top. GC.
Oh, crop top. Okay. I call it a half top. Okay. But yeah, it's a crop top. All right. Thanks. All right. I'm going to call this out. Middle-aged men in the 1950s before wore them in the movies / TV shows to hide the beer belly. Nope.
That's
in the 1950s, men were men. And if you were a fat man, you wore your fat proudly.
Well, GC, I get what you're saying about women, but that's not the case with all women, because I really do like high-waisted pants with the crop top. And even I know I was a little chunky before. I wasn't fat, but I had a
Do you
little.
wear them now?
Huh?
Do you wear them now?
Actually, none of my pants fit me anymore, so I have to buy new ones.
Are you gonna buy some belly button pants now?
Yes, and I'm also gonna get some high waisted pants because I like the way they look with
No,
crop
you
tops.
don't. No, you don't.
I
You want to
do.
show off as much of your new stomach as possible. Stop trying to protect this foolishness.
I'm not
You
gonna.
know that they are hiding whatever's underneath their belly button. You know this.
In a lot, and I'm gonna say this: in a lot of cases, they are. Like I
We're
agree.
not talking exception, Melody. We're
Right.
talking norm. I'm saying, fellas, if they are taking pictures or on video or something like that with looking like this, they are hiding stuff. They're
And
hiding stuff.
yeah, I agree. They're probably hiding fupa, but I was just saying the exception. I wasn't trying to hide anything. I genuinely like high waisted pants because it's like 80s style. I like that, that 80s style. But I get what you're saying, and they also use girdles and fajas.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. So Yojo, I defer to your expertise. I'll do that.
Reward and like the sense of money. It is the growth that they may give you as a human being.
See how they try to sell it as the growth that they will give you as a human being. I stopped growing at 24. There is no growth. There is no growth anymore. And what I mean, I'm not talking about mentally. I'm saying I stopped growing physically. I reached 6 foot at like 24. So.
Oh yeah, I stayed at 5'2". I've been
Yeah.
5'2" since I was like 16.
Well, maybe you should be a stepmom. Maybe you should be a stepmom, and you'll be 5'4" later on. You get an extra inch per kid. Like they are really trying to sell this foolishness.
I think it's different when the men have kids.
It is. I was saying that too. Yeah.
Yeah.
They're really trying to sell this foolishness. Like, I mean, listen, there is a thrill of child rearing. I'm not going to negate that. However, there's a greater thrill of rearing your own damn children.
Mm-hmm. Right. And then a lot of times, GC, the mother don't want the stepfather to discipline the child, so the child is going to disrespect the stepfather and get away with it.
Mm-hmm.
What is going on?
That's something that's inevitable. Yeah.
Exactly.
What is going on?
Somebody said, "Say what?" You gotta be more specific. I say a lot of stuff.
Young man of TikTok. Hey, listen, this was nowhere on my radar today. I actually had another video that I was going to put out, and I saw something in my comments that I had to speak to with you guys right away. Listen, we've been talking about building yourself and that type of thing. And I spoke to like marriage and dating and how that should kind of be put off for a time so that you can build yourself and be adequate to take care of a family once you decide to do so. But I'm sure many of you are like me. When I was 20 something and I met a girl and I had love coming out of my eyes, right? So when everybody was telling me, you're too young, you shouldn't do this. Oh, I love her, I'm gonna make a family and that whole thing. And listen, if this is you, I would prefer you wait.
Get to the damn point. He was talking for a whole minute and 11 seconds. Say the word stepmother or stepfather soon. Motherfucker. That's why my mail is late. Niggas like this.
Mm-hmm. He's dragging it.
Yeah.
But if you can, there's something I think that is very important that you need to know. That again, my parents tried to tell me, at least my mom did, and I didn't listen and ended up wasting a lot of resources and time and stuff that I could never get back. So with that thought in mind, I want to talk to you guys about step parenting. Okay.
Finally.
Especially from a young man's perspective. I was married 3 times, guys, and the first 2 times there was a stepchild in.
This nigga say he was married 3 times?
Yep.
And he said the first 2 times was step parents?
I think he said the first time. I didn't hear him say few.
I thought I heard him say 2.
Maybe. If you want to rewind it.
This nigga is a serial stepfather.
Mm-mm-mm.
Yeah, okay. So Joe said it. He said first 2 times was a stepfather. So I hopefully, because I didn't watch this whole thing because it's 9 minutes long, but I knew it was pertinent because he's bald. So, but I'm hoping that by the end of this, he's gonna say that he learned his lesson. Because what he should realize, and what I'm sure he has realized, unless he's dim, is that after the first time, he realized that those kids are not his kids. And those kids are going to and are capable of easily dismissing him from his life. They will forget each and every single Christmas gift he's ever gotten them. They will forget each and every single baseball he's thrown with them. They will forget each and every single fundraiser he Oh, by the way, I had to check my friend's wife the other day. I didn't tell you this story. I didn't tell you this on the phone.
Mm-mm. You probably did, but I don't remember.
Don't bother me. I will give you and your kids one fundraiser a year per kid. I repeat, one fucking fundraiser a year per kid. Do and I don't even care if I like it. I don't care if it's something that I was gonna buy anyway, like a candy bar or something like that, or whatever. You get one. You get one per kid. I buy the Girl Scout cookie or whatever, and that is it. Do not bother me again.
Oh, I support. I
That
always
and that's why I
support.
give them the one. Melody, once you are labeled as that person, they will just keep hitting you with crap. They don't have. I was in the Boy Scouts. You know, we had our things, but we didn't saturate society and continuously just rapid fire adults with karate practice crap. We didn't do that.
I don't know. Even when I don't know the child, I always support. I always donate. Somebody selling cookies or candy, or even if they just need money for their like softball or whatever. I always just give them a couple of dollars.
Yes, you give them a couple dollars, but do you see them more than once a year?
Sometimes.
They ask you for stuff more than once a year. You got to cut it somewhere, Melody.
I know, but the kiddies, they they be needing their little fundraisers. So I support. But I get what you're saying.
Fundraisers? How much money do you spend per kid per year?
Well, I don't know, my nephew. Let's say my nephew.
Let's say your nephew.
Yeah, he plays football. So I always give him $20 here and there anytime he's doing it. So if
No, I'm not talking about general monies that you give to families. I'm
What
talking
are
about
you
fundraiser monies.
fundraiser money. Like for the football team and stuff like that, right?
Okay. So a fundraiser money would be like, hey, we're going to do the walk against mosquitoes, you know. You mind contributing, for every mile that we walk, crap like the $5 amount, stuff like that.
Oh yeah, I do. Like my
No,
nephew's
but how
football.
often do you do? How much do you spend on that in particular? Stuff like that in particular.
So far this year, I did about 50.
Per kid?
No, just for the one thing. You know what I mean? It's just one kid that my nephew. Oh, you mean like other kids? Like when I'm giving them money, probably like $5 a kid, maybe.
Okay, that's fine. That's fine. Keep it
Yeah.
reasonable.
Right. I don't go crazy, but my nephew, I always hit him with like 20, 25, 30, towards his thing. If it's him and a group of kids doing their fundraiser, I'll put 20 in there, every time or whatever. And that's for like all of the kids or something like that.
All right,
I
fair
don't know
enough.
if that's what you're talking about, right?
It's stuff like that, yes.
Yeah.
I also don't over if you pass the collection plate more than once, you are a trash church. I'm people piss me off. All right, let's continue. So basically, oh no, I was making a point with that. So this guy, he needs to tell us what happened to his relationship with his former stepkids with the 2 divorces. Because after the divorce, it is clear that those are not your kids. They don't call to see how you're doing. They don't call. They're like, Daddy. You're not gonna get a bunch of stepkids from your divorced wives come and sing happy birthday to you. You come to the realization that those are not your kids.
Mm-hmm. Unless you raise them from a little bitty baby.
Even then, once again, this is the difference between the ones who are foreign and the ones who are domestic. The father is in their life.
Right. I mean, but a lot of these mothers, let's be honest, they make terrible decisions in picking a baby daddy. It's like Pookie, Ray Ray, a bum. They pick the wrong guy, and then when the guy is not taking care of the kids, they want to say, "Oh, black men, they never take care of their kids," and they want to say all this crazy stuff. But in reality, it's your fault for choosing the wrong man.
Well, they choose Pookie, et cetera, because he's the only one that'll get pregnant, that'll impregnate them. Nobody else with either something to lose or believe themselves to have something to lose in the future will ever do something like that. They're not reckless with their sperm because they like when you're young, you think you're going to be president, or you think you're going to be like Elon Musk or something like that, and you're like, I have a lot to lose by doing this. But when you're Pookie, you're like, I don't have shit to lose, so I might as well hit it raw.
And that's what I'm saying. A man like you will come along and be the cleanup guy.
Well, but I don't. I'm not the cleanup. But see, here's the thing. I'm putting you in the thinking of the woman.
Okay.
The thinking of the woman is if it's her goal to get pregnant so she can have the supplemental income that comes with being pregnant and the provisions of having a child, then she has a better I understand why she did it. I don't think it's a matter of preference. I think that she just really wanted to get pregnant. He's the only one that's going to do it.
And plus, you want to get on them food stamps.
That's what I mean.
Yeah.
I get you. Here's the thing. Here's the thing. And fellas, understand this well. And this is what makes a lot of American women trash. There is a better quality of life in a woman's early 20s for a single mother than it is for a college student. When you're a college student, you live in a dorm, which is about 9 square feet bigger than a prison cell that you share with a roommate, just like a prison cell. However, when you're a single mom, welfare system, Section 8 gives you an entire place.
Right.
They give you food, they give you everything that there is. So from a socioeconomic standpoint, you are doing better by having a child than if you did not. Now, women that don't know any better, and by that I mean stupid ones, they see this as an opportunity. And also, in the Black community, a lot of parents just kick bitches out on their 18th birthday. So they just need to find some sperm quick and do as their mother did. Exactly. So, and the only person that's going to give it to them quick is Pookie, because not only do I keep the magnums, I also make sure it's the kind to where when you squeeze it, there's an air bubble resistance just in case a bitch try to poke needles in it. And I'm dead serious.
They really be doing that, huh? Jesus.
Yes. You think I invent this crap? You think I invent stuff like that? No, they do that. Melody, they spit it back into themselves. You know that, right?
No. No.
Yes.
No. Are you serious?
What do I have a womb? Do you think I imagine stuff? You think I will come up with something like that on my own brain?
So they.
Yes,
So,
I'm serious.
so you're telling
This
me
was
that.
told to me. That I know stories of this. These. Yes.
So
Yes.
wait. So they suck your penis until you ejaculate. Once you ejaculate, they spit it into their vagina and push it
That's
up
exactly
there.
what they do. Yes.
Ew. That's gross.
They're gross
That's
people.
gross. And then I remember you told a story where they come in the condom. Wait, you come in the condom, and if you don't throw it out, they'll take it and push it in them or something like that.
Yeah, and that's something I did come with on my own. But yes, afterwards, I run water in the condom and then I tie it in
Right.
a knot and I put it in the toilet. And you know what a couple of bitches said? They said, "Don't flush that in my toilet because it clogs the toilet." They was gonna try to steal it. They was gonna because they say it like like right after I'm done, they walk into the bathroom. And then they realized what I was did. And you want to know what they was doing? They was gonna look in the garbage can to dig it out.
Mm-hmm.
Telling you, these bras nasty. But they know that I protect my sperm. That's why I ain't got no damn kids. I protect my sperm.
Right. As you should.
But
As every
Pookie
man.
don't. But Pookie don't. Why? Because after sex he goes into a marijuana induced sleepiness and he forgets.
Or maybe he just. I don't know. I don't know why Pookie always knock women up.
He
That's
has
so
nothing to
weird.
lose.
No, because he be having like 20 kids by like 20 different women
He
and
has
don't even care.
well, no, after a certain point, they can only take so much child support.
Right.
So I think it's probably like after 4 or 5, you might as well have
Mhm.
6 and 7 because you've already maxed out. I know somebody did that.
Crazy.
Place.
It's not that crazy. Like, I mean, if I found myself in that situation, like, and somebody had like quintuplets, I'll just be like, fuck it.
My first marriage, I didn't even have children of my own first. And my ex-wife had 2 small children. And my second marriage, I had my children, and my ex-wife had a child of her own as well. Here's what I would caution you with against that. Listen, I don't know your chick. She could be the greatest thing in the world, and that's all well and good. But here's what you need to know about being a step parent.
Okay.
You have all of the responsibility.
Mm-hmm.
You have all of the responsibility, but no rights. Right? What do I?
He is kicking knowledge. He must be delivering encyclopedias in there. This dude is kicking knowledge.
Mm-hmm.
I mean by that, when it's your own child, you have all of the responsibilities to take care of that child. But in addition to that, you have rights.
Yeah, right. Yeah.
Because it's your child.
These words are
right?
true. He is killing it.
When it's a stepchild, right? You have every responsibility to provide for, financially, physically, protect, support, emotionally. Listen, I can't tell you how many parent-teacher conferences that I went to with.
And he has realized by now that them kids is not his. He realized that from his first marriage that it's all for naught. These are not the kids that's going to be there when you get old.
Wait, let me ask you this. Maybe you know, maybe you don't know. But once you marry a woman with kids, when you marry them, the kids are automatically your responsibility, right? Like over the natural, over the biological baby father, right?
No.
But you have to pay. I'm saying you have to pay for the kids. Correct?
No, okay. They're your responsibility, yes. But what I'm saying is, well, for one, moral responsibility, no, it should be the biological father's moral responsibility to take care of his seed. But you're obligated to these kids. basically you get all of the detriment but few of the benefit.
Okay.
You know, like when in the NBA, or when do you hear like a brother win a major award and say, I like to thank my stepfather?
True.
You know,
Yeah. Well, Kevin Murray said not quite. I believe you have to adopt them.
listen and listen good. Let me turn up the mic. Do not ever adopt your stepkids. You will be liable for child support for a kid that's not biologically yours. The reason that she is asking you to adopt a stepkid is because, for one, she probably aged out of childbearing abilities, but she still wants to put you on child support. So you will pay damn it. Oh crap, I got a cash app.
Nice.
You will pay child support on a kid that is not biologically your child, and you will put yourself in that situation knowingly. The courts do not care. You cannot unadopt a child.
Right.
That is your biological child. You will be doing the Tyrese Gibson crying for a child that's not even yours.
Not the Tyrese Gibson crying.
Yes.
That's pretty bad.
It is
Listen,
bad. Do not do that under any circumstances. Listen, if she loves you and she plans to be with you at least until the child turns 18, then she would just allow you the authority of a father, of an adopted father, without actually having to go through the paperwork. She wants you to go through the paperwork because she wants to leave you and take more of your shit.
no, but I thought once you marry a woman, that child automatically becomes your responsibility without the adoption.
And that responsibility ends in divorce. However, when you adopt a child, that responsibility continues after divorce.
Got you. Yeah, I did hear that, like with gay couples, when they adopt a child, they both got to still pay regardless of anything. Like if they break up, they both still have to pay.
Mm-hmm.
The one that's the man presenting one has to pay the child support for a kid that, like, as she's the father. And it's crazy to me because I'm like, that don't make sense. You might as well just stay together. If you adopt a child with someone, just stay together. Make it work. It
She
doesn't
don't
make
want
any
to stay together. She don't want you. She wants your provisions for her
right.
bastard. And
Right.
then she's going to be out looking for the next dude to be a stepdaddy. And that next dude is you.
True. Yeah, it doesn't sound like a good thing to sign up for. The more we talk about it.
Yes, that's why we talk about it.
Yeah.
All right, I want to thank Brother Xavier for the Cash App. Greatly appreciate you. Now, Brother Xavier, I did a reply to the Cash App and I did the heart emoji. That was a mistake. That was a mistake.
Oh my God.
I meant to do the $ eyes like you did on last super chat. I meant to do that one. I pressed the wrong button by mistake. Don't think thoughts. Don't even entertain what that might mean. It's a mistake. But thanks a lot, Brother Xavier from the Prophet of Thought.
My ex-wives and their children, and listen, it was a great experience, right? When I was doing those things.
Notice he said was. Those kids are out of his life.
Yeah.
This is, Yeah, this is a was.
I loved the mom at the time, and by default, I didn't separate. I wasn't that dude to separate the children from the mom. I loved them as much as if they were my own children. So as a result, when I'm working overtime, I'm providing for what was at the time my family, right? And I had a response.
Notice he keeps saying was.
Yeah.
Once they're out of your life, they are out of your life.
Past tense.
Yeah. Because you are not the father. Your kids are always your kids. You don't say they was my kids unless they're gone. But
Yeah. Sad. Very sad.
Responsibility to do that. My first marriage, and this is before I even had children, I purchased a home. It was the first home that I purchased. And the reason that I purchased it was because my wife and stepchildren needed a home, right? And I felt wholeheartedly responsible to provide that for them. But you spin ahead so many years, and the relationship, for whatever reason, dissolves. Everything that you had with those stepchildren dissolve right along with your relationship, and you have.
Dang, this man is saying everything I was saying.
Except he experienced it.
Except he
didn't.
experienced it, exactly. Because I, fortunately, the best thing you can do is learn from the mistake of others. The best thing you can do is learn from the mistake of others.
Right.
So I was at a fair once, and at the fair, at most fairs, I don't know if they do that in Jersey, but cops go around in horses.
Yeah. That's more of a New York thing.
Well, they do it here too.
The horses. In California. Yeah.
Okay. And horses take shits.
Mm-hmm.
And I stepped in it.
Ew.
Tell me about it.
You stepped in horse poo? Oh my goodness.
Not only that, and this is the annoying thing about niggas. Niggas are extraordinarily annoying people.
I agree.
It was a bunch of them sitting down, looking at the shit, waiting for somebody to step in it so they could laugh.
That's freaking gross.
And then people seen me step in it, and of course they stepped around it. So they're lucky, because the best thing, the best learning that you could do is somebody else's mistake. It's better to learn from seeing somebody else step in horse shit than it is to actually step in it.
Oh.
So I learned from previous generations about the whole stepdaddy thing, and he didn't learn from previous generations. He seems like an older brother. He didn't learn from previous generations, but he's teaching future generations. So learn from him.
Yeah.
And learn from who I learned from.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Have no rights whatsoever. Listen, nobody is giving you a refund, right? For all of the school supplies, all of the groceries, all of the light bills, and all of the things that you were responsible for providing, right? When it's your children, you do all of that stuff, and regardless of what happens with mom, you still have a relationship with your children. When you're dealing with stepchildren, that is totally contingent on if mom wants you to have a relationship with these children, especially if you're dealing with small children, right? So the point I'm trying to make, guys, is that you can invest a whole lot of time, energy, and things into a relationship and into children to ultimately have that relationship dissolve and you are left with nothing. Again, you're not getting a refund, right? So I'm not shitting on single mothers or anything like that. I will tell you, young men, that it is absolutely a bad deal for you, because the investment that you're making into these children that ultimately do not belong to you, and we're not even going to get on the involvement from the children's father and the dynamic.
And understand this: everything is free to children.
Mhm.
So they don't have a. Hold on, right quick. Talk to the people. Hold on, right quick.
Okay. Okay. All right, guys. Hit the like button. Make sure you guys are supporting Game Changer. You know, if you really like his content, hit him with a super chat, hit him with a cash app. And also, guys, share. It's very important to share, share, share. Oh yeah, and also engagement in the chat room. Very, very important. Get them likes up. Let's get him into the algorithm again, because he usually have more people watching than this. So share, share, share. And also we're doing a show on Sunday. So make sure you guys tune in to that as well. But yeah, Game Changer is right. Stepdads are not a good deal at all. I mean, pretty much you're spending twice or three times more money than you would if you were just messing with a woman without kids, you know? Instead of having to spend, let me see, maybe you have to take her out to dinner, maybe she'll bring her kids along 'cause she don't have any babysitters or anything like that. You're paying for all those people. Let me see what else. This guy pretty much said that he bought a house, gas and electric bill was high, water bill was high because everybody's taking showers and everybody's eating. And then you buying groceries. We already know how expensive it is to go shopping. So now you're going shopping for two or three. Actually, it's him, his wife, probably two other kids. That's four people you got to buy groceries for. You know, it's a crazy scenario, guys. So if you are a man that don't have any kids, date a woman without kids as well. That way you can have your own family and you don't feel like you're wasting time and money. Right, Game Changer? I don't know if you're back, but I am agreeing with what you and this man is saying. So let me read the comments. Oh yeah, Kevin, a Sunday show. So make sure you guys come tune in. It's actually going to be on my channel, Sweet Melody Media. And if you haven't subscribed, make sure you subscribe right now because we're going to be on cam, guys. We're all going to be cammed up except for Game Changer because you know he don't cam up. So make sure you subscribe if you haven't already.
Okay.
Okay.
Yeah. Thanks a lot, Melly.
You're welcome.
All right. But yeah, so let's get back to this, brother. Somebody say you got a government job. Hey, don't knock it. Don't knock it. I used to think private industry was the best thing, and maybe it was in the 90s, but it's unstable. This man is stable. He is going to get a paycheck from the same place for the rest of forever.
Yes.
I get a bigger paycheck, but you're going to go through bouts of no paycheck at all. And you may think that you safe, like, you know, like, oh yeah, well, I'm an engineer at Google, and you know, I'm better than the mailman because I'm make blah 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 and blah blah blah. And then Google had that layoff. And then Amazon had that layoff. And then Tesla had that layoff. So I don't know if y'all was knocking government jobs, but don't knock a government job.
That plays the entire time you're in that relationship, and how you could be, giving your all and doing everything to do just for a child to tell you ain't my daddy, all that type of stuff, right? And while that may be true, and while there should be things put in place that doesn't happen, I'll tell you from experience that's not the case. So um, again, if you're looking to do this, and the young lady you're looking to do it with has children that don't belong to you, I would tell you to think long and hard, because again, you will most assuredly be responsible for this thing, but you will have absolutely no rights, no say. I've seen it more times than many. Stepdad wants to come in, and and ultimately mom could absolutely tell you, that is not, you won't do this with my child.
And there it is. Dang, this brother is killing it. Everything I said, there it is. You will get that reminder. Oh, that's what I was saying before my phone rang. I gotta go soon. But what I was saying was, everything's free when you're a kid, which means that if children were truly grateful, as they should be, or as an adult would be in a child situation, a well-adjusted adult would be in a child situation, they would be grateful and sending thank you cards to each and every single person that participates in their upbringing. Like it takes a village. It takes a village, which means it takes a large number of people contributing to child rearing. Right down to the woman down the street. Let me tell y'all what the 80s was like. For those of you young bucks, let me tell y'all what the 80s was like. I used to, it was a candy store down the street owned by Mexicans. And I even asked their daughter to come to my house. She was older. I was maybe, if I had to guess, I was maybe like 7 years old. And I asked the daughter, who was a teenager, to come by my house after school and teach me Spanish, but she never did. But real sweet family, and they used to loan me money. And by that I mean like give me extra candy, not loan me money like here's some cash. Like loan, like like I'll take extra candy here and there, and they're cool with it. They just say pay me back later. Then one day he just told me to cash in. Do little stuff like I used to play the video game called Centipede, and he opened up the quarter tray, and it was like all these quarters, and he just gave me one. So because he knew it was gonna go right back in the machine, and I was gonna play it. But so it was stuff like that. Everybody participated. Everybody in the neighborhood knew my name. Everybody around participated in the child rearing, in rearing me. Taught me how to ride a bike, all that. Bought me a bike, all that good stuff, right?
It was
And
kind of like that in the 90s and early 2000s too.
yeah, I was there for the 90s.
Yeah,
I wasn't a kid, but I was there for the 90s. Yeah.
I was a kid.
So it's a lot. Now, the only reason why I remember those Mexicans' name is because it was the name of the store. But it's hard to appreciate all the stuff because you get it from everywhere. You get Halloween candy, you get birthday presents, you get it from everywhere. In a healthy village, kids get stuff and love from everywhere, to the point where if and when it's gone, they don't really miss it. And that's you, stepdad. That's you. They don't appreciate your contribution much more than a nice teacher, you know, the candy store guy down the street, like, yeah, you appreciate it, but you eventually that just fades away and you just go into adulthood. And it's sad, and children aren't bad people for this. They just don't know.
Mhm.
They don't know that, that their fourth grade teacher actually could have been a lawyer, but she really likes kids. They don't know that. They just appreciate the teacher in the fourth grade, and then they go to the fifth.
Yep.
So, it's the kids don't have to be bad. My point in saying that is the kids don't have to be bad to dismiss you.
No.
And though you do have a very positive impact in your life, um, the kids don't really appreciate the full impact of what you're doing because you're doing the same thing that the entire world is doing, and that is given to the children. And so it's that you just kind of fall into the category of that's what adults do. And when you're gone, it's just like, okay, you get a little less. Yeah, they can't. Yeah, they're not bad people. So don't think that you're gonna be like this. You're gonna be like, oh, he's so excited because he that trip to Disneyland, that memory will, especially if the mother's deal, because they'll just, in their mind, just eventually accredit it to her.
Mhm.
You know, all that fades. The tutoring I did, the free tutoring I did, the mentoring I did, all that fades because I'm just a small part of an entire community of a village that's raising these kids. That's you as a stepdad.
Yeah.
See, when you're paying the bills and everything, it's our child. But when it's something for whatever reason that mom doesn't like, it becomes my child. And there's absolutely nothing you could do about it, right? You have all of the responsibility, but you have no rights. And it's very hard to build that way. I would like to see you with all of the responsibility and rights of your own children, right? So again, I'm not crapping on single mothers. I'm not crapping on your relationship. I'm just telling you from a perspective of a man who has been there and done that, right? It's not a good deal. It's not a good deal for you, young man. And I know you're in love, and I know you think that y'all will be together forever, and I hope that you do. More than likely, you won't be. And now you are stuck with.
Okay. I don't know if she's still here, but shout out to Danica. I do believe that all the pygmies of the space, Brienne, Bella Rings, Danica, that are married, I do believe that it's gonna last. So what he's saying may not apply in every situation, but what is clear is that with stepmothers, they have gotten rid of somebody first, or somebody have gotten rid of them for a reason first. Because divorce settlements are so lopsided, men do not divorce unless they absolutely, positively have to. Men do not say, I'm not happy, and then divorce and then just start paying. Men do not divorce unless they absolutely, positively have to. So what he's talking about, where he's saying things like, the situation fade, the drift, that is far more likely with single mothers. If a person is willing to end a relationship with the biological father of their children, then that means that the drive to have the American dream, because they have the American dream, if they own a house, but with a white picket fence on it. But details aside, they have the American dream. So if she's willing to give that up, then your relationship is far less likely to last. That's why his first two are were single moms, and his last one is not.
Did he say he was still married with his last one?
Well, yeah, I don't see a ring. So good point. Good point. That's his left hand, and I don't see a ring. I can't see all the way down, but it don't look like he is.
A whole lot of energy and resources and time and connection that you may not reap any benefit or reward from, right? So listen, just something to think about when it comes to step parenting. If you decide to do it, you grown, you make your own decisions, but I at least want you to be informed from somebody who has been through that, that not a good deal. Not a good deal. Not for men, it's not. Right? So we'll see you soon. Be back on the next one.
All right, that was a good one.
I like that one.
Yeah, as do I. As do I. Yeah, let me stop.
He was straightforward with it,
Yeah, he was real with it, and he came from like a place of experience and wisdom.
Exactly.
So
I love that.
Yeah, I really have nothing to say against that one.
No, not at all. I wish that whoever that woman was in the chat would have came up defending stepdads for being great stand-up men.
Oh, yeah, that she knows that's not gonna fly on this
Yeah,
thing.
I want to hear her point of view. Like, why does she feel that way?
Wrangle one of you guys as a stepdad,
Yeah,
because they are stand-up men until they told to sit down. So like that's what it is, like and sometimes the rejection is just direct. Like the moment the kid goes to college, like even if you are still married to the mom and the kid, just like, okay, your job is done. Have a Merry Christmas, nigga. But I buy my own gifts now. Like,
all right.
like that. Like, like,
Yeah,
need you no more.
exactly. Kevin Murray said her name was Tamika White.
Yeah, I remember her. Yeah.
Her. He said she was trolling. I
Mhm.
hope so, because she sound kind of crazy.
I mean, a lot of women feel that way. Like, she may have been trolling, but the women on Anton Daniels' show wasn't. That he was on the show with, they weren't. What the hell, Chaos? Don't be thirsty. All right.
Yeah, I will cam up Sunday.
Oh yeah, that's right. We got that show.
We have a show,
Yeah.
so I'll be on cam.
Zone said that paycheck keep rolling in after he quit. Equal government job. Yeah, So it'll be a mailman like him that'll deliver you notice that of mass layoffs.
Yep.
Of Facebook layoffs. Enron layoffs. It's the mailman that delivers that to you while he's at work. So, and I know you wasn't doing that, Joe, but I'm just saying people do that, especially women. And it's funny, especially black women. It's funny because they are the number one government job people working as people ever.
Mm-hmm.
So they go to a DMV that don't have a black woman in it. That will be something.
Oh yes, always a black woman. She's very mean, very nasty.
Mm-hmm.
We always talk about that. Black women with these government jobs. Always rude.
You know what it is? Because it's a power trip. It's a power trip and an authority. Because this one chick, while her sister's son was getting arrested by a city cop for some Walmart crap. I don't know if I covered it on my show. Chick was like, I work for the city. And dude was like, I don't care if you're the mayor. If you break the law, you're going to get arrested. And then it turns out she had some bullshit job at the city. But still, just the fact that they be thinking empowerment, like, because it's always like they get, well, I'm not even gonna say it because I know it's your girl, but they get this sense of, I can do this. I can make a person's life a little miserable.
Mm-hmm.
I remember, picture it, like Oakland, late 90s. It's summertime. Summertime.
Mm-hmm.
No job, no school. I am happy and enjoying life. And then out of nowhere, some fat bitch tickets my car. I come running out the spot in my drawers, right?
Mm-hmm.
And I was like, what the fuck? She was like, well, it's too late now, even though she was still writing the shit, and she tore it, right?
Mm-hmm.
I was like, oh, ain't this a bitch? You don't know who you're fucking with, because I got time and I don't have any money and I don't want to pay this $35 fucking dollars.
Mm-hmm.
I gotta pay it anyway. I'm gonna make sure that as few people have to pay it as possible. So what did I do?
What did you do?
Her ass around the neighborhood, warning everybody that she was coming.
Damn.
And she was pissed. You ugly bitch. You nasty bitch. You fat bitch. She was pissed. And then you want to know what she eventually did? Because by this time, I had warned successfully. Some people, I knocked on the door and they wasn't home.
Mm-hmm.
By this time, I had saved like 20 people, and I know that fucked with her quota, right?
Of course.
Yeah. So you know what she did?
What's that?
She called a fatter bitch to come and follow me, and I guess she was going to give me a talking to, and I just looked at her and like, look, I ain't doing shit.
Mm-hmm.
See, okay, understand this. With black women in government work, the fatter you are, the higher ranked you are.
Oh, yeah.
They rank you on fat. So that's how I know she was in charge.
Mm-hmm. Fat and ugly.
Huh? Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, and bald.
Exactly. That's how you know who the supervisors is. Yeah, exactly.
Of course.
So after a while, because the way it works in Oakland, and this is some bullshit. So, and I don't know if they still do this in the hood, but they'll say no parking between like 8 and 10 a.m.
Yeah, they still do that.
for street sweeping.
Yep.
Which is really just this truck that they drive across the thing, across the street with brushes and stuff that cleans it up. And this is for people who grew up in different circles. I'm just telling you how it works, so y'all can picture the scenario. To me, it's not worth it. They're really just giving a justification for ticketing people. And furthermore, because it's like every other Tuesday or some crap like that, it's easy to forget. Like you're parking there, and you forget that this is the second Tuesday of July or some crap like that.
Right.
So yeah. Anyway, I'm done with it. Because 10 o'clock already came, but like the 2-hour period to which it was, I followed that bitch for 2 fucking hours. Fuck you.
2 hours.
It's summertime and I got nothing to do. It's beautiful California weather. I ain't got nothing to do but express how pissed off I am at this bitch. Over $35 of 90s money. Mm-hmm. And so after everything, I'm walking, minding my own business. I just walked to the store. I parked my car and walked to the store after everything was done. And then who I see? The goddamn police. So this fat bitch is in the car, of the cops, white cops, point me out and shit. Like, oh, Derry, go over there. I ain't did shit illegal,
Yeah.
And then cop was like, so I hear you harassing You harassing the city workers. And you see, understand this, Pookie. If it was you, you'd be shot. You'd be shot for looking stupid, and you'd be shot for saying stupid. You'd be shot if it was you. But it's not you, it's me. And I had a rational conversation with them. And I told them, I said, yeah, so I received a ticket this morning. I didn't like it, and I wanted to make sure that as few as my neighbors receive tickets, as they can. And he said, yeah, I don't like, he said, trust me, it happens to everybody. I'm a cop, I get ticketed too, but you shouldn't be harassing city workers. I said, no, I'm not harassing her, and I'm not following her around. If anything, I'm driving in front of her. So I can warn the people that she's coming, and didn't make a big deal about it. And that was it. The whole ordeal was over. But the fatter they are, the worse the city worker is. They think they could just do everything. They don't like it when people fuck with them back.
Yeah. Like, nothing is worse than the people at the airport, the TSA women.
Oh, no. You've been flying Spirit. Oh, this happens to you outside of Spirit?
It happened. It don't happen to me, but I see how they talk to other people. Yelling at them. When you're going through to get checked, and sometimes they'll yell, I said take it out. Like, they just yell like, sir.
Nah, I don't get that. I don't deal with the bitches though. Full disclosure. When you got a big dick and they put you through that machine that scans and look for wrinkles in your clothes, you almost always get it down there. Almost.
So you think they scan your penis?
Well, it scans everything. It looks for bulges because it's looking for if it looks like you have something in your pocket or you're stashing something. So yeah, it alerts more so I'm not talking about the x-ray machine. You don't put your dick in the x-ray machine. I'm talking about when you step on that thing and you put your hands up and it goes around. I'm talking about that machine.
Oh, that one.
Yeah.
Okay.
But you see, it's always a male TSA person that does it, and they're cool. They're just doing their job. So because of stuff like that, I think that the men deal, as far as TSA goes, the men deal with men and the women deal with women.
Oh no, it was the lady.
So I'm saying the problems that you have, I probably never experienced because the women deal with the women. That's what I'm saying.
I'm talking about when you're walking up, when you're about to get checked, and you're putting your stuff on a belt. You take your shoes off, you put your stuff on a belt, and the woman is standing there by the belt. And I've seen her yelling at men, black men, whatever, any type of men, just yelling at them, being rude. I see it all the time. I saw it like 3 times already. And I took 3 different airlines and I saw it happen.
Well, TSA is different, yeah. But
well, maybe that wasn't TSA, that was something else.
Nah, if they're checking the stuff when you put your shoes on the conveyor belt, that's TSA. They're not associated with an individual airport.
Right.
So yeah, no, I know Spirit women are bitches.
Yeah, right.
And maybe it's a Jersey thing.
Yeah, I mean you don't know about Jersey, but yeah, in Jersey, Newark, New Jersey, it's terrible.
Oh, that's what it is probably. Now, don't say that because I stopped at Jersey on the way to the Dominican once.
So you know Jersey, and you didn't have
but I don't remember having a problem. But I didn't, because it's a layover. I didn't have to go back through TSA.
Right.
So yeah, like y'all government workers is probably like but TSA has been reasonably decent for me. It's DMV, it's meter maids, it's
DMV. Oh my god.
Oh, cafeteria ladies. Some cafeteria ladies. I forgot about that.
Cafeteria ladies?
Yeah, sometimes it'll be the cafeteria ladies. Who else? Like a government employee. Oh, And let me, man, I am so happy I'm not a Pookie,
Why?
because when you're a Pookie, you are the government's bitch's bitch.
Wow.
You are the government bitch's bitch forever. Let me tell you something. Ask a black woman. Fellas, press one in the chat room if you know what I'm talking about. Ask a black woman who's in college. I'm not talking about the regular ones in college that, that graduate high school and go straight to college. Um, you know, um, even though those do it too. No, I'm talking about the ones who go to college, at the same time that their kids start college.
Oh, the older ones.
Yes, exactly.
Okay.
Ask them, what are they majoring in? And they will say something along the lines of social work.
Mm-hmm.
I am going to get my sociology degree. I want to be, a social worker. I blah 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 blah.
Psycho. Oh, what's the other one? Psychologist or psychiatrist or
Yeah,
whatever.
whatever. Why?
Mm-hmm.
Because they want to get that government job with the authority to be a probation officer. They want the authority to completely put their foot on a nigga's neck. They live for that shit. I'm telling you, they want to be your probation officer. It is their lifelong dream to be your fucking probation officer. For
Mm-hmm.
you to have to come to them begging for anything. Like, yes, I'm 10 minutes late on my appointment. Please don't send me back in. They
They
get off
love
on
that.
that. They get a harness and they get some straps, and then
Mm-hmm.
they pull open their legs and flick their fat ass bean every time they get the opportunity to ruin a nigga's life. I am so happy I'm not a nigga. I am elated. They will fuck you up each and every single opportunity they get. They want to social work so they can fuck you up with the
Yeah.
kids. They want to be a probation officer so they can fuck you up, on probation. And they want
Or
to
a
be prison
correctional.
guards so they can fuck you up in prison more than you already are fucked up.
Mm-hmm.
They want to cause misery.
They want to be a judge.
Yeah, they want to be a judge so they could fuck you up. Yeah, exactly. Y'all don't think it's weird that like 80% of the college black woman is going for positions to fuck up a black man's life? Y'all, y'all don't think that that's weird? And it sounds benign. It sounds benevolent. It sounds like, ooh, she wants to work in education. She wants to
Mm-hmm.
be a social worker, so she can, you know, um, get rid of those deadbeat moms or something like that. Nope. Nope. She is looking for the opportunity to cut people's welfare. She's looking for the opportunity. She wants to see a woman on her knees saying, please don't take my kids. Like, well, I'm sorry, ma'am. The rules clearly state, that you're supposed to put your toilet paper on the overhand position, not the underhand position. I'm sorry, I cannot allow the children to live in such squalor.
Oh, yeah. They work for DIFAS. Like all of the DIFAS workers be black.
What the hell is DIFAS?
Oh, like the workers that come and take your kids. It's called DIFAS over here. I don't know what you guys call it.
Child Protective Services.
Yeah, Child Protective Services. Yeah, where they take your kids.
Yeah.
Yeah, they
That's what
do
they
that.
want to do. They want to take people kids because they're
Mm,
fucking awful human beings.
yeah.
Yeah.
And they also, a lot of them work in like alternative schools too. With bad kids.
Mm-hmm. Well, that's okay. Those are decent ones, because they're not there fucking up people's lives. But the people that go around saying that they want to see, you want to know what they want, Melody? They want a clipboard. They want a motherfucking clipboard.
Mm-hmm.
Just like the one that gave me that ticket wanted a clipboard. They want a motherfucking clipboard.
Oh yeah.
So they could clipboard your ass. So they could clipboard you with a ticket. So they could clipboard you with child loss, so they could clipboard your ass back in prison.
I notice when I get pulled over by cops,
Well, she went away. I notice when I get pulled over by cops, if she probably say, black women cops are the worst, that's because they don't want to
yeah.
fuck you.
Can
Well,
you hear
okay.
me?
What were you gonna say? You went out.
No, I was saying I notice when I get pulled over by cops, the men never give me a hard time. The white women, they kind of don't give me a hard time. At least they're nice about it. Like when
That's
they're
because
speaking
they
to me, they're
don't
nice
want to
about
fuck
it.
you.
But
Listen, they're
it's
supposed to give you a hard time. That's
the
why they pull
black
you over.
women. Yeah,
Huh?
the black women are the worst. It's like
Yeah,
they're
exactly. Because they
jealous.
don't want to
Yeah,
fuck you.
yeah.
Listen, see, you complaining. Listen, it's not supposed to be a good time. We as men, we always have a bad time getting pulled over because they don't want to fuck us. I hope. So there's no, oh, I'm so sweet, I'm sweet Melody. That doesn't work on them when you're a full heterosexual man. So that's not them on a power trip. That's them being them when they don't want to fuck you.
Right. But the men, I always get warnings. Like the men are not like
Because they
horrible.
want to fuck you.
I get what you're saying. But the women, they never let me off on a warning. They're being nasty. One lady told me not to speak. Like, who are you to tell me not to speak?
Mm-hmm.
You speak when you're spoken to. I'm like, what?
Yeah.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, I hear you. And I was
Okay,
reading the
yeah.
chat too. Yeah, but no,
It's
like
like a power
yeah,
trip.
you're getting treated different because you're getting treated similar to the way men treat men when we get pulled over. Similar to, minus the getting shot and shit.
Right.
It's so, it's I get that. You're describing something else, the pretty privilege don't really apply to women. That's what's going on with you. You're used to pretty privilege. That's why you get so many damn warnings.
Yeah,
I've gotten
wait,
warnings.
Apex said he never had a warning?
I got warnings. I got plenty of warnings. It comes with the perks of being a nerd. I got a warning. I get plenty of warnings.
Oh, you do because you're nerdy.
Well, I mean, I make them feel comfortable,
Yeah. I
and
just
they'll just tell me like, listen, if I ever catch you driving faster than me on the freeway, I will give you a ticket next time. I do get warnings from time to time.
yeah. I just got a warning. I told you about it, right?
Yeah,
I
you told
got
me.
one. I just got one and I was on my phone. I didn't have it on Bluetooth. I had it in my hand and he pulled me over and he just was like, I smiled. I was being nice. I'm like, hi, And he was like, oh, you have a pretty smile. He was complimenting my smile and everything. And he just let me off with a warning. He was like, listen, I understand you have your GPS on, it's all good. And he was trying to laugh with me and talk with me or whatever. And then at the end, he asked for my phone number and I told him I'm taken. But
Mhm.
he just gave me a warning, let me go on my way. And that's
Yeah,
usually how it is.
yeah,
Usually.
I get some of those. It helps when you're honest. I remember one time so my brake lights were out, right?
Mm-hmm.
And like they out as in not functioning.
Right.
Cop was behind me, and I was supposed to get off on an exit,
Mm-hmm.
and then he was about to get off behind me, and I knew that once I get off the off ramp, I'd have to brake, and he see my lights not work. So I got off on the next one, and he got off there. He got off there.
Damn.
Um, but when I drove back to where I was going, he seen me and he recognized the car and he pulled me over. You know,
Mm-hmm.
and I was like, "Why?" And then he started getting He started getting upset. You know,
Mm-hmm.
he was like, "Don't go into your glove box." He was like, and if you're thinking about calling somebody, he said it's not going to go to your favor. I was like, "Listen, this is a Latin dude of some sort." I was like, "Listen, you don't seem like the type," and he knew what I was talking about. I was like, "You don't seem like a racist dude." I was like, "Listen, you don't seem like the type, so I'm gonna just come clean. You know, my brake light is out, and I don't have money like that. No, what it was my brake light was out, and it wasn't the cost of the brake light. but my trunk was also broken. Like I couldn't get into my trunk. This was a bucket I had. So I would have to fix the trunk, which would cost a couple $100, and then the brake light, which probably cost like $40. So I was like,
Mm.
and to be quite frank, I don't have it. Like you'll give me a fix it ticket, and then but they'll put a time limit on it, and I probably won't have the money by then, and then I'll get like a real ticket for not fixing it, and then it'll just be like this whole spiral. So I didn't want to bother it, but I'm not drunk or nothing. And yeah, he let me off with a warning, but he was heated at first. He came with that whole asshole energy to begin with.
Mm-hmm. That's how it usually is until they see how we are. I had one cop help me change a tire.
Well, that's what they do.
Yeah, he changed my tire. He was really nice. Um, I've had so many different experiences with cops. I never really had a bad one except with the women.
Oh no, I had bad ones. I mean, I mentioned the good ones. I had bad ones, but yeah,
Yeah,
that. But no, your situation is different. You got privileges that I don't have.
because I'm a woman. Yeah, I get what you're saying. It's a little different.
Okay, this man.
What do you say?
He said you should have broke the tail light, put a new bulb in, and put red tape over it. Nah, nah. I'm not gonna make a bucket more of a bucket. And I did nigger rig a lot of stuff before I could afford mechanics regularly.
Mm-hmm.
Um,
Then
but
you
I'm
tell
not gonna do that.
then you tell me that when you was young, when it was raining, you had a windshield. You was pulling your the string to like do the windshield or something. Then you tell me that.
No, I seen that. I think that's a movie.
I thought you told me that. No, it was something you said was happening in your car and you had to do something.
I
God.
think you're talking about the car where the transmission fluid was leaking.
It was spraying on you or something like that.
Yeah. So all right. So y'all know,
Oh my
I bought a
god.
car. I bought this car for like $250, and the transmission was leaking, and it'll evaporate, and the fumes would come in the car.
Mm-hmm.
And if I drove long enough, it would get into my eyes. So yeah, so you did hear the story,
That's
but
the one.
yeah.
That's the one.
So I was taking chemistry at the time, and I put goggles on. I was driving with goggles on.
That's the one.
Yeah.
Oh
So
god.
yeah, that's hilarious. But yeah, I was the dude in the hood,
Drive with
driving around with
goggles.
goggles on.
And then you said do dates. You said dates in a car with girls with goggles on.
Yeah.
Oh my god.
Yeah. So hey, when times is hard, when times is hard, times is hard. Like, I didn't have like transmission money.
Yeah. So you had to wear goggles. Where did I get the one when you did the windshield wiper? Was that a movie?
You didn't get it from me. I don't remember anything like that.
That was a movie we were watching, I think.
Is that what happened on movie
Movie
night?
night. Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh my god.
So, but hey, I'm pretty sure y'all got stories too. Like, I mean,
Mm-hmm.
it ain't easy. It ain't easy being a black man, trying to make his way in the world, being young, broke,
Mm-hmm.
you know,
Yeah.
like
The only
it's
thing.
it's not it's not easy. Sometimes you had to improvise. You
Yeah.
know, I'm mobbing my own stuff. TLC talking about no scrubs. I'm like, bitch, I got a car. I got goggles
Mm-hmm. But you had goggles on. Did the women make fun of you?
on. Yeah, I didn't give a shit. I mean, it wasn't like it. See, okay, the gender war didn't exist.
Mm-hmm.
So like right now, they'll say it with like malicious intent. Like if you're a young man and you're in that exact same situation, you all kind of like they mean it. They mean it, and they mean to be mean with it.
Mm-hmm.
But But back then, nah, they just said, look at this ghetto rig up,
Yeah.
like, it was just like part of the joke. It's funny. It wasn't like I'll never fuck a nigga who wear goggles. Like, it wasn't anything like that.
Wearing goggles. So when a girl was in the car with you, she had to put on goggles too?
Yeah, eventually, but it was on the driver's side more. It was on the driver's side more, and she could roll her window down.
God. Oh, oh my God, that's funny.
So
You were
yeah.
a real life nerd.
Huh?
You were really a real life.
A real like what?
Me?
No, you broke up.
I said you were a real life nerd, like Steve Urkel.
I guess, if Steve Urkel, yeah, he did have like a funny little car, didn't he?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Funny car, goggles, all types of stuff.
Well, he had glasses. I mean, I had goggles in the car, but but yeah, like I took chemistry, so like I guess non-nerds don't even have goggles, so
Yeah, true. But you have goggles.
yeah.
Oh my God. But at
Yeah.
least you had a car in high school. It was
This
high
was in
school
high
or
school.
college? It was college?
I think it was like the year between.
Okay, so he was like 18, 19.
No, I graduated high school in 17. So
Oh,
this
yeah.
was like the summer between. I think it was around then.
Okay. Makes
Yeah.
sense. I didn't get a car till I was like 25, 26.
So there was an auction. There was an auction in San Francisco,
Mm-hmm.
and you could get it on the cheap. You get cars on the cheap, and but these cars, it's they're sold as is, and that means exactly as it sounds, and that's why the cars I had were buckets like that.
Mm-hmm.
And this particular one, I didn't even plan to buy a car, but I went there with my friend, and so he could buy like a more expensive car. And then there was this car. I'm not going to say the type of car it was, but there was this car. It was a 1978 model. And the bids for cars there started at $200. Now, the problem with this car is that nobody could get the hood up. Like, how some cars, when you get a new car or something, you don't know where the latch is and stuff. Nobody can get the hood up and look at it and see. So it went from 200 to 225 and then 250. And that was me. I bid 250. So I had to pay 250 for the car and another $40 to get the guy to scrape a key. They had a guy there that made car keys like right in front of you. He put like a blank inside the door, and then he scrape it, and then like in 20 seconds he made a key to your damn car, and you paid him $45 and your ignition. So apparently at the time he could break into any car in the world, because he just like, you just see him like scraping keys and shit. So so I got that for, after everything, like $300. And I was shocked that after he scraped the key that the engine turned over and it ran. And took it back to the town, Oakland, and had my friends Pop look at it, and he fixed the fuel line, and I was mobbing. I was like, because I bought it on a risk. That was a gamble. But I won. I got a running car for like $300. So, no complaints with that story. And and hey, if that means I'm wearing goggles, but I'm not on the bus, I'm wearing goggles. Like, hey, fuck it. Like, sometimes in life you gotta put some goggles on. So yeah, let's see what you are. What's up, Apex?
What up, GC?
Nothing
It's
much.
been a long time, man.
Yeah, it's been a little bit. What's up, your mind, bro?
Yeah, man. This really resonated with me because I have a daughter or I have a child, right?
Mm-hmm.
And my child is my first and my baby mama's first child, right?
Okay, the right way. That's good.
Right. But she has since then she has had how many she got now? She got 3 and another one on the way since then, right?
Mm-hmm.
Now, I have a theory as to why baby mamas do what they do, as far as like they're so easy to leave. Are they intentionally manufacture a baby mama situation? Is because they want to divide the power base.
Yeah, and consolidate it. I agree.
Right. Just like what that brother was saying, it's always your kids when they, when they need you to do something, because my baby mama hit me with that.
Mm-hmm.
With my own child. She's quick to say, "Oh, your daughter need this and your daughter need that." But when I want something, when I want my daughter, when I want something from her and she doesn't want to give it to me, and you can't have my daughter like that. No. You get what I'm saying? So
I get what you're saying. Yeah.
It's a power play. It definitely is a power play. They're trying to divide the power. Because let's say a baby mom has 2 kids, 2 baby daddies, and a stepdaddy. Don't none of them men have any sway on what's going on in that house.
Exactly. And then there's the whole love and attention thing. That can't be ignored. So if you are a stepdad, not like your situation, but you're just a straight stepdad.
Mm-hmm.
Well, let's take your situation for to begin with, right?
Mm-hmm.
So before y'all broke up and she got other kids,
Mm-hmm.
she could get jealous about the amount of time. What is it? What was it? Daughter?
Yeah, daughter. Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So she could get jealous about the amount of father-daughter bonding that she was doing. Women get jealous over the amount of time men spend doing anything but what they want them to do, even if it's video games or something like that. They are or playing basketball with the boys. They get jealous about the amount of time that you spend. Now you have a daughter now, and you want to spend time with her, sometimes exclusively, and she's sitting there jealous. Now so she's mad that because you're the natural father and you want to do that. With a stepdad, she has complete control over how much time he gets to spend with her daughter.
Mm-hmm.
She'd be like, "You spending too much time with her. I don't like that. You getting too close." And because it's not his kid, he's not really that interested. He's not that bonded to the child. So he's like, he looks at the child as a means to an end, and that end is getting in good with the mom. So she controls how much time is being spent between the stepfather and the child, and also she controls the amount of time that she spends with her child, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. It all goes through them. Basically, everybody has a closer connection to her than they do to each other, and that is an ideal situation for her.
Divide and conquer.
Exactly. Everybody is divided. The only common thread between everyone in the house is her.
Is the queen mother, and
exactly.
also it's also a how you say monetary. It's also what's the word I'm looking for? Monetary.
Financial incentive. Yeah.
Yeah. Because let's say right. Let's say I pay $500 a month in child support, right? And
right.
I'm capped out at $500 a month, right? If I have 2 kids, now that 500, my child support payment isn't gonna go up based on my income. They're just gonna divide my already child support payment, and then now this baby mama gets $250, and this baby mama gets 250. You get what I'm saying? So what these professional, I call them professional baby mamas. What they do is they intentionally go out and they try to collect as many baby daddies as they possibly can. Because if she got 3 kids, 3 different baby daddies, and a stepdad, that's 4 different streams of income coming in the house.
Right.
Not even her own if she's working. Not even her, if she's working, selling weed and doing hair out of her apartment or whatever the case was, that's not even her
Or
money.
selling ass. Let's throw that out there.
Exactly. It's
Yeah.
basically tribute, man. It's basically tribute. We got to pay the queen mother tribute once we become vassals to a baby mama.
Exactly. So I mean, so you've seen the bit that I did on Anton Daniels and what he was saying, right?
Mm-hmm.
And it was amazing how they like to pretend like these hustles don't exist, even though we have been going through it and we have been aware of it for generations now.
Mm-hmm.
They still want to say, oh no, these guys are pumping and dumping, and I can't find them, or some crap like that. Yeah, but welfare knows where to send that child support bill.
Mm-hmm. Now I like to call it, because you spoke on like the social worker aspect.
Okay.
And how they like to go into those fields.
Mm-hmm.
I call all of that, the social work, baby mama. I call it the baby mama industrial complex.
Mm-hmm.
That's just them entrenching themselves into the baby mama industrial complex to be more powerful baby mamas. You know what I mean? Because it, like, take this for instance, right? When my baby mama put me on child support, they take both parents' income, who's providing insurance for the child, and child care expenses like daycare, right?
Mm-hmm.
This is some illegal shit, and I really should have pressed charges. I really should have snitched on their ass and pursued this. But I went to court, right? Had a lawyer. So I went back. I went to court probably about we deliberated probably about 3 days, right?
Mm-hmm.
She brought a receipt to her daycare, or some type of document that was notarized by her daycare. And the monthly cost, it was exorbitant. It was ridiculous how much they were charging.
Mm-hmm.
And I thought, and when they said how much daycare costs, when it hit my ear, I'm like, that don't sound right. So, we didn't. So when I went home that day, and I had one of my female friends call up to that same daycare and get a quote on how much monthly costs would be for a child of that same age. You know what I mean? Because different ages, you're gonna pay different prices. Like if you got a baby, an infant where you got to change diapers, it's gonna cost you more,
right?
As opposed to like a toddler that's potty trained. So my homegirl, she got a quote for a child of that same age, significantly less. So take this in mind. These daycares are cooking the books for these baby mamas, so they can fuck niggas over in court.
And they getting kickback. I didn't even think of that. I don't have any kids. I didn't even think of that. But yeah, because they're working off of, you go to a mechanic, and if you pan out of pocket, they're not going to fleece. They're going to fleece you, but they're not going to fleece you as much because they know you'll just go to a different shop. But if the insurance is paying for it, they could just double, triple the price, knowing that you don't care because the insurance is paying for it. It's money that just falls out of the sky to you,
right?
And that's how they look at you. They look at you as just money that comes out of nowhere. I didn't even think that they can and do that. That is
they do
twisted.
that, man. They do that shit, man. It's some wicked shit, man. It really is.
Man, that's twisted. They look at it as found money. I mean, it's sad because until recently, white society don't really know what was going on in Black society, so they'll just believe what they tell them. So they made these rules, thinking that they were helping with the problem, but really the problem was one that they just told them that existed,
And they exploited it. They
and they
exploited.
exploited it, and they still do so today. It's like, listen, like it would take for things like this to happen to white men in power before we start to see changes. Like, enough white guys, have something like that happen to them, and they're like, okay, this is a hole in the system that can be exploited, and it probably is exploited. Like, this is something that's that's been going on for quite some time.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
And yeah, any way to hustle the system, you're gonna have people that do it, especially when you're dealing with people who grow up in a environment of hustle culture. That's they're going to do it, not excusing it, but they look for ways to get over, and the government has allowed them to get over. Now,
Yep.
how are things with the stepfather that's helping to raise your daughter?
Well, first of all, let's just make this clear. I'm baby daddy number one. So
Right, that's what I mean. So I'm assuming she got somebody now.
Yeah. Baby
Yeah.
daddy number 3 is living with her. Now,
Okay.
let's say baby daddy number 2, I haven't talked to him in a while. I haven't talked to him since my daughter's first birthday. It's been probably about going on 7 years since I talked to him.
Now pay attention. Well, let me interrupt right quick.
Mhm.
Fellas, pay attention. Once you're out, you're out. Once you're out, because the step kids are not your kids, you're out of their lives. So don't think that you're going to attach and bond with these kids so much that they'll be like your own. Chances are, once they're out, you're out. He has not seen you, and I'm assuming he hasn't seen your daughter since he broke up with the mom, right?
Right.
Because that's not his daughter. That's your
Now,
daughter.
now I will say this, because his son is relatively close in age to my daughter.
His son from a different woman?
No, his son that he had with her.
Okay.
My daughter's younger brother. They're around the same age. So
y'all broke up quick after she had your baby then.
Nah, I broke up with her before she even had the baby.
Okay, gotcha.
It's messy, bro. It's
Gotcha.
messy. I'm gonna spare you the details.
Okay.
But yeah, like Shorty, like I like the little dude. You know what I'm saying? So for instance, the last time when I went back home to Kansas City, right, and I spent like 3 days there, I took my daughter and him and her little brother to like one of them trampoline places.
Gotcha.
You know what I'm saying? And I don't mind doing things for him because I want my daughter and her little brother's relationship to flourish.
Right.
You get what I'm saying?
Mhm.
And that's just me. And also, I also bought them a bunk bed. So, but I mean, not every man is gonna be like that, but I want to make sure that he is good, because they're gonna grow up together. They're gonna go through middle school together, high school together. You know what I'm saying? So I want them to be cool. Now I know he's not my kid, so I can't discipline him at all.
Mhm.
You know what I'm saying? So I'm kind of like I'm not a stepdaddy. I'm like an uncle. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
But
No,
yeah.
I get it. I mean, but that's okay. Fellas, listen, if you are that type of person, this is how I like in your situation too. Okay, you seen The Wire, right?
No, I didn't watch that. I didn't watch The Wire like that. I only seen clips, but I didn't watch the. But I'm familiar with
it's good. It's good. I'll just leave it at that. But there was a character there, Cuddy, who started a boxing gym for young boys. You know, it's nothing wrong with wanting to do something and taking care of other people's kids. Stepdaddies, and that's what you're doing, because you're not this young man's or this boy's stepdaddy. You are just somebody who like, hey, I want to help the kid out. I told y'all how it was for me in the 80s. That's just what people do from time to time. I'm just saying that it's stepdaddyism is a completely different dynamic, and chances are you're being taken advantage of in many situations, in many stepdad situations. How does that go over with her other kids?
Well, I don't really know she got 4 and she's pregnant with the 5th. My bad. Now, her other kids, I don't know the younger 2 like that. They kind of like me. They're real, every time I come over there and I knock on the door, they're coming to the door saying, hey, speaking to me and whatnot. But they're like 2-3 years old. So, they don't even know yet. They don't know yet. So, and I don't know them like that, but I know, obviously I know my daughter and I know her younger brother, but the younger 2, I don't know them like that.
Let me ask you this. Okay, first of all, I'm gonna tell y'all this. And this is me, individual situations may vary. I do get pushback from single moms because I'm childless. And they know that I'm less likely to be down with what they're doing, and I'm really here to pump and dump. So they're wise for gleaming that. Some of them are wise for gleaming that, especially the ones with more kids. I get the feeling that having a kid puts your foot in the door with those. Am I wrong?
Yeah. That you automatically you're pre-qualified at that point, especially with baby mamas, especially like Black women who are around my age. Like I just turned 40 in August. So I'm a millennial. I'm an older millennial. I was born in '84. But once you get around this age, and if you don't have any kids, bro, they're looking at you like you got horns growing out of your head. Like at this point, like you kind of gotta have at least one kid to even get any type of motion. You know what I'm saying? And you're already like pre-qualified because they're looking at you like, okay, another woman has qualified him and saw to it that he was fit enough to sire a child. So, you know what I mean? So maybe he could.
Do you think they look at it like that, or are they like, another woman got him, so I can get him too?
It's possibly both.
Or he don't mind because he's gonna split the child support anyway. I get the feeling that they look at me, like I have horns, but really like this nigga looks like he runs water in the condom and flush it in the toilet.
You're a flight risk, man. You're a flight risk.
Yeah.
You can get up and get up out of there at the drop of a hat. You know what I mean? Because I'm gonna say this, now I'm not a psychologist, I don't even play one on TV, but I think some of these baby mamas have abandonment issues. I think they have abandonment issues. So they will get a baby by a man. So they, at the very least, you have to see them. You can't just ghost them altogether and not ever speak to them or talk to them ever again in life. You know what I mean? Because they have abandonment issues. Because some women, their psychology is like, it's not even like they are satisfied enough with just having just a basic interaction with you. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Does that make sense? It's like, okay.
Well, it makes sense, but the baby part. So, okay, so I've been propositioned, like just straight directly, because but they seem to be more interested in having the child without me. Like they don't mind if I attempt to pump and dump. It don't seem like they want me in their lives internally, like the ones who are looking to hustle, who are looking to do a baby hustle.
I mean, I think it's both. Some women like the drama as well.
True. Now that's something we definitely agree on 100%.
You know what I mean? So some women like their
happy households do not produce drama. I agree.
Yeah. So some women want their cake and eat it too. They want their drama and they want their child support on the back end. You know what I mean? So it could be both as well. I mean, it's not a catch all. We can't just put all baby mamas under one blanket. You know what I mean? But
Right.
yeah, I would advise the young brothers, man, don't do it, man. Don't do it.
Yeah.
Don't do it. Don't do it. Now, I will say this as a man who has one child, I will not date a woman who has children. Now, I know people might say, well, you're a hypocrite because you have a child. It's different because, like that older brother said in the video that you played earlier,
Mhm.
I'm not the custodial parent. So, you don't have to see my child. Now, I may I may attempt to be a custodial parent in the future, but as of right now, I'm not the primary custodial parent. So even if I'm dating a gal that's in Hawaii or that's in Chicago, and my child is in Kansas City, you know what I mean? The woman I'm dating, even though I have a child, she's not gonna see him. She's not gonna see my daughter. She's not gonna have no. But if I'm dealing with a woman, with a gal who has a child, I'm gonna see that child all the time because 9 times out of 10, she's gonna be the primary custodial parent.
Mhm.
And also, the baby daddies, it's a different dynamic when you're dealing with if you're dating somebody and they have a baby daddy as opposed to somebody dating somebody and they have a baby mother.
I
You know what I
agree.
mean? It's
Well, were you here
different.
when I was saying that, the man, like women lose points on a dating market, but men lose far fewer points.
Yeah.
Yeah. In fact, you probably gain points for the reason we was just talking about.
And depending on the female.
Yeah.
Yeah. I would say you do gain points. And you do lose a couple mirrors, if you're dealing with one of them the high-minded, childless women who, don't want to deal with no mess at all, you're gonna lose points with that. But with some women, you're gonna gain some points. Even if
Yeah.
it's on a, superficial, just sexual level, you're gonna gain some points. But like with baby daddies, you gotta watch them because the propensity for violence is there. Now, I'm not saying that women, my baby mama can't get violent. I'm not saying that at all. But when let's say I have a wife, right? I'm the barrier in between my wife and my baby mother.
Mhm.
You get what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So, but if I was to deal with a woman who had a baby daddy, I gotta contend with him. You get what I'm saying?
Yeah.
If
I got a
my
friend in that situation. Yeah.
So if
Especially since you have a little girl.
Yeah, man. So it's different. Now, women do engage in violence as well, but they more so engage in proxy violence. They'll get their cousin or little brother, some nigga that they fucking, pardon my language, to do the deed for them. But a
Well, men
disgruntled
violence is completely different than women violence. When men get beat up, we can get hospitalized. When women get beat up, they just are ugly afterwards. At worst case
right.
scenario,
Right. People can die from hand-to-hand combat.
yeah.
With
Men
men.
we can actually end somebody. Um, yeah, through hand-to-hand combat, and also, there isn't much difference. There is a difference, but there isn't much difference in a woman's size and skill on a day-to-day basis. With men, it could range from anything, like Cat Williams and Terry Crews situation.
Right.
That don't really happen too often amongst women.
Right.
They're
They're
pretty
all
much
like 5'3", 5'5".
exactly.
You know what I mean?
They're all like reasonably within the same range, but men, we have weight classes and all kind of crap. So
exactly.
So damage can truly be done amongst men, and then there's nobody that breaks it up. People people break up women on women fights. So no, I definitely agree with you, man. That's a situation. You brought up some interesting points, bro.
I'm telling you. But yeah, I just want to, hop on real quick, man, and share my 2 cents on this, man.
Okay, I appreciate you, man.
All right, then. Peace.
Peace. All right, so yeah, with that, I'm gonna close down. But I'd like to thank everybody for participating. I'd like to thank Danica Marie, appreciate you, love, and Deacon Dave, appreciate you, fam. Prophet of Thought, Brother Xavier, Brother X, appreciate you for the Cash App. And yeah, so thanks to the Cash App, Super Chats, managers, moderators, those who are listening silently, those who participate in the chat. Hit that like button on your way out. This is GameChanger 00100. Game over. Peace.